Hello, everyone from the world. Good morning or good day. Welcome to PQCrypto 2021, the 12th International Conference on Post-Quantum Cryptography. I'm one of General Co-Chair, Professor Kwangjo Kim, cast with Professor Duo Choi, Korea University in Korea, standing next to me. We are more than happy to have a virtual PQCrypto 2021, even if COVID-19 pandemic outbreak, and meet our friends over the internet from the world. This PQCrypto 2021 is co-hosted by KAIST and ETH Together and supported by Korean government, Ministry of Science and ICT, KIST, DIME, Desert Metropolitan City, Springer, KISK, Internal Research Institute for Cybersecurity, LG U+, and Mark Annie. Due to their support, we can offer free registration to you. I would like to make special appreciation to Janicom, professional conference organizers, who prepares for all staffs and make successful virtual conference. I would like to make great thanks for their support. This is a team of local organization committee. Personal thanks to them for their volunteering works. This is a statistic of the registration to PQCrypto 2021 as of July 19 yesterday. There are 367 free registration from 40 countries. About half of them are from Korea, which indicate that PQCrypto 2021 looks very attractive to our local society, including government and industry. This is a special tips for you. Before starting the conference, for the speakers, please use the high-speed wired internet, not wireless, in a quiet place. To the general audience, I encourage you to contribute an active question during the session using Slack or Zoom information announced at the conference website page. We set up day by day Korean coordinator from local organization committee to help your smooth presentation and resolve your unexpected trouble quickly just in case. Finally, I would like to introduce very special guest today, President of ETRI, Dr. Kim Myung-jun, who will deliver opening message on behalf of ETRI. Let's welcome him with your big hands.
시작하면 돼요. 안녕하세요. Good morning, good afternoon. Even I could say good evening. For all the gentle people on the line from all around of the world. It is my great pleasure to welcome everyone to PQCrypto 2021. I would like to express my special thanks to the conference organization committee chairs, Professor Kim Kwangjo and Professor Choi Do-ho. Programming committee chairs, Professor Chun Jung-hee and Jean-Pierre Tillich, for preparing an excellent conference despite of these difficult circumstances. Quantum computers proposed by Richard Feynman in the 1980s enables powerful attacks on the cryptographic system despite their wide range of application, including simulations of quantum mechanics. Fortunately, thanks to cryptography researchers, many PQC algorithms against quantum attacks have been studied, proposed, and verified. There is no denying that PQCrypto conference series has played a major role in this area. ETRI actually is researching with great interest in quantum computing technology and the accompanying changes in cryptographic security. We are also trying to find ways to contribute to the PQC field through the research of PQCrypto. That is a platform that evaluates the quantum security for cryptographic algorithms. Since this conference started 50 years ago, the emergence of high-scale quantum computers is expected in the near future. And so it seems that the PQC transition to prepare for the quantum era is not far away. I hope that this conference will be a meaningful time to share academically excellent results and mutual research knowledge. Thank you again to gentle persons for being here to participate in the 12th PQCrypto conference. Let the conference begin. Thank you.
Hello. Good to see all of you on the internet. I'm Jung Hee-cheon, a co-chair of PQCrypto 2021 with Jean-Pierre Tillich. Let me briefly introduce the conference program. We have 10 sessions for 3 days. Today, we'll start with opening and code-based cryptography, multivariate cryptography, quantum algorithms, and implementation and side channel attacks. Tomorrow, after the session of isogeny, we'll have the first invite talk by Dustin Moody, and then industrial track. On the last day, we'll have the second invite talk by Damian Stelle, and lattice-based crypto session, and then cryptanalysis session, and closing. This year, we'll have 2 invite talks. Dustin Moody from NIST will talk about the home stretch, the beginning of the end of NIST PQC third round. Damian Stelle from ENS de Lyon will talk about interactability, assumptions on module lattices. Nowadays, the standardization is almost end. It's time for industry. So we prepared the first industrial track in PQCrypto. It consists of 5 talks, 2 talks from the first one is Melissa Rossi from NC will talk about PQC transition, NC views, and then Keita Sagawa from Entity will talk about activities on PQC in Japan. Then Peter Pessel from Infineon will talk about progress and challenges in the industrial adoption of PQC. Moon Kyung-hak from LG U+ will talk about introduction of PQC pilot infrastructure and services in the industrial area. Lee Seok-jun from Atri will talk about QCrypton, the quantum security evaluation platform for cryptographic algorithms. we've got 73 submissions, and we selected 25 papers. The acceptance rate is 34%. Previously, they were 29% in 2019 and 32% in 2020. The accepted papers by topics as follows. We have 3 code-based crypto, and 3 multivariate crypto, 3 quantum algorithms, and then 4 implementation and side channel attacks, 3 isogenies, 5 lattice-based cryptography, and 4 cryptanalysis papers. Top 3 region for the authors are France 32, German 31, United States 27, and 20 more countries follow: Canada, China, Japan, Belgium, Italy, Luxembourg, Norway, United Kingdom, Netherlands, Switzerland, Singapore, Hungary, Australia, Turkey, India, Finland, Hong Kong, Russia, Taiwan, and United Arab Emirates. So let me introduce how to participate. Please visit our website for the program. You can see full presentation here, and then also short summary talk. It's live one from there. And then all the sessions are mainly going on Zoom, and this will be live streamed simultaneously on our YouTube channel. So the Zoom link is sent to the people registered on our website only. So please register if you didn't yet. So you can also join our Slack space to share your ideas, questions anytime. PQCrypto 2021 slack.com. Now for the Q&As, all the Q&As will be moderated by the session chairs. Anyone may ask questions by the following ways. The first one is use raise hand and chat window. The second one, in Slack, send a message to the channel of the session. For any technical inquiries during the conference period, please contact us at pqcrypto21@gmail.com. And this year, we prepared the first Best Paper Award. It will be given Maxima Bombar and Alan Kuvru. Congratulations for their paper, Decoding Supercodes of Gavidlin Code and Application to Cryptanalysis. Here is the flask, and it will be sent to the authors after the conference. Congratulations again. And then I really appreciate to all PC members for their sincere reviews and special efforts. Thank you. Please enjoy virtual PQCrypto 2021. Thank you.
Okay, let's start. Hi everyone. Welcome to the first session of PQCrypto 2021. My name is Young-sik Kim, the chair of this session. We have 3 talks in this session. The first talk is decoding supercode of Gabi-Durin code and application to cryptanalysis by Maxim Bombard and Alain Kubel. The speaker is Maxim. Maxim, if you are ready, all yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I can't share my screen actually. I'm not the host of. Or, yeah, thank you. Okay, it should be good. Do you see the screen, the slides? Can you see the slides? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you for the introduction. So my name is Maxime Bombard, and I am a PhD student at École Polytechnique and INRIA. And today I'm going to present you the joint work with Alain Couvreur, namely decoding supercodes of Gabi-Durin codes and applications to cryptanalysis. You are probably familiar with the Michaelis crypto system in code-based cryptography, which I recall here in a very simple fashion. The idea is that it's a crypto system, it's a public crypto system, and the public key is the description of a random code. And the secret key is basically a decoding algorithm for this random code. And encrypting a message is encoding the message into this code and adding some random error. However, this crypto system involves very huge keys because basically the public key is a generator matrix of your code. So the size of the key will be quadratic in the security parameter. And 3, another setting to do encryption with error correcting codes in the Hamming metric. And then later on, Faure and Loidreau propose an analog in the rank metric. Today, I will focus on 2 rank metric encryption schemes, namely Liga, which is a repair of the Faure-Loidreau crypto system, and Ramses, which is another repair. The idea is that now you fix some structured code over some finite field, FQ_Dn, and so this code is very public, and the security won't rely on decoding a random code because this code is public. You want to create an encryption scheme where the security would rely on the difficulty of decoding this structured code above some decoding radius, and that nobody knows how to decode more than this bound. Now your public key is a noisy code word here, which I wrote here, and encrypting a message is encoding your message into the code so it doesn't change, adding the public key, and adding some very small error term here. The idea is that the public key has a very large weight here, so the weight in the in the ciphertext is very large, and it's too large to be able to decode. The owner of the secret key doesn't know how to decode it, but she has the decoding part of the public key, and now she is able to remove basically the secret part here and recover in the end the plain text. Well, both in the Hamming metric and in the rank metric, this system, this setting has been subject to attacks. The message recovery attack in the handling metrics and key recovery attack in the forward rank metric setting. And two recent proposals, Liga and Ramses, try to repair this crypto system. And in this work, what we did is we provided a message recovery attack for both Liga and Ramses. Okay, so for this very short presentation, I won't really define the rank metric, but it doesn't really matter. Instead, I will just recall the definition of the Gabellian code, but it's it doesn't really matter how it is really constructed. But yeah, here it is. If you are familiar with Reed-Solomon code, it is just the analog of Reed-Solomon code in the rank metric, and it is some algebraically structured code that we are able to decode up to half the minimum distance. And contrary to Reed-Solomon code, nobody knows how to decode more than n minus k over 2 errors in the rank metric. And yeah, this is one of the security assumptions that the forward row and later Liga and Ramses try to rely on. Okay, so the idea of the attack is the following. So recall that the public key is a noisy code word here. So you have x times g plus z here, where that is of very large weight. And well, for technicality reasons, we want the public key to live in a higher extension field, fq and u. So we have, well, three different finite fields, but all the rank weight are taken over fq, the ground field. Oh, okay. So the ciphertext here is, well, due to linearity of the trace, the ciphertext can be written in this form. So the public key acts on the one hand as a one-time pad on the message, and on the other hand, add a very large weight error. And well, the idea of our attack is that while this is of very large weight, we can actually add this part to the code, and we can derive a public description of this code where we are able to decode. So what we provide in our paper is a decoder for this code that we are able to recover to remove this small weight error. Then we can add, we can work and remove the Z dependency due to the structure of the key. It's not general. It's due to the algebraic structure of the key. And then with also some work, we are able the plain text. For Ramses, it's a little messier to present here, so I won't really describe, but the idea is basically the same, and Ramses is a dual version of Liga. The attack follows the same idea, but here we need to define what we call a right-hand side decoding algorithm for the attack to work. And well, the attack is also very practical because it has been implemented in SageMath, and here you can find the running times for the proposed parameter for Liga and the corresponding security level. So for instance, for a claim security of 256 bits, the attack works in a little more than 1 hour and a half. Okay, so well, in this paper, we provide two contributions. First, we extend decoding algorithm for Gabellian codes to any code containing a Gabellian code at the cost of a very, well, a decrease in the decoding radius, but it is sufficient to attack Ramses and Liga, and we propose with this decoder a cryptanalysis of these two rank metric encryption schemes. there are still open questions with this work. Is, for instance, can we find really a crypto system based on the hardness of decoding a Gabby-Doodle code above half the minimum distance? And this we still don't know. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you for nice talk. Any questions in the Slack page or live chat? Okay. Please, there is your questions. Maybe please, Jo Jingyu Jo.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. At page 5,
Yes.
there is step 2, remove the Z dependency.
Yes.
So I'm curious about how the Z dependency can be removed.
Yeah. It's due to the structure of the. What I didn't present in here in this talk is that actually Z and X have a very peculiar structure. Namely, Z has, while it has a very large weight over FQ, it has a very small rank over FQ to the N. And this is the repair of Liga, because in the original forward crypto system, there was no assumption on the rank over FQ to the N. But then it was subject to key recovery attack, and to fix the system, to fix the encryption scheme to resist to this key recovery attack, Renner, Putschinger, and Vartose proposed to reduce the rank over FQ to the N, but because the rank is very small here, over FQ to the N, again, well, this has a very peculiar structure, and it's a bit difficult to explain, and all the details are on the paper, or even on the longer presentation, pre-recorded one, if you want. Yeah, the idea is that, of course, we don't provide a decoding algorithm for Gabby-Doodle code above half the minimum distance, but in this very specific setting, we are able to do that because, well, I should have some slides. If there are no other questions, I can elaborate on this if you want, but if there are other questions, maybe I should move on. And well,
other question, but we don't have time. Maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
So sorry to not be really specific here, but all the details can be found on the longer presentation.
Thank you for answering.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are right on time. And okay, the next talk is the Let's FM, fine-tuning signatures from the code equivalence problem by Alessandro Bareni, Jean-François Bias, Eduardo Pierre-Siguet, and Paolo Santini. The speaker is Jean-François, right? Okay, Jean-François, please start. Oh,
am I allowed to share my screen? Okay, yes. Okay, so first I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity today to give a quick presentation on our work. Sorry. So I hope to stay between 5 and 7 minutes, and to leave a little bit of time for questions. So what I will present today is sorry, something about, that's it. So what I will present today is a crypto system that relies on the code equivalence problem. So first, I will introduce the code equivalence problem. So assuming we have two codes, QRE codes of dimension k, we have two versions of this problem. One is the permutation code equivalence, which means, so originally it was presented this way. It was the question of, given two codes, one being a permutation on the entries of the other one, decide if two codes are equivalent or not. Now, in our crypto system, the problem is a search problem, so it's really find the permutation. So we are given in the problem to which we provably rely, we are given two codes that we know are equivalent, and we need to find the permutation. And there's a linear equivalence variant, and it's the same, except that the permutation is replaced by the composition of a permutation and multiplying the coefficients by a non-zero vector. Okay, and the same here. Originally, it was those problems were phrased in literature as decisional problems, but in the case of our crypto system, really, it's the hard problem is the finding of the map between the two codes. So we first described a crypto system that probably relies on those problems in a paper last year, so co-authored with Giacomo Micheli, Paolo Santini, and Eduardo Persichetti. And it's a zero-knowledge proof protocol that we can use to form a digital signature scheme. And here the private key is it's the permutation, or the linear, so it's the secret map between two given codes. There's a public parameter which is one of the two codes, and the public key is a code that is equivalent to the public code. So in that zero-knowledge protocol, the prover commits to a code that is equivalent to the public code. So they draw at random a code, and then they commit to it by sending the hash of the normal form of the code, and so then they're being challenged by the verifier, who draws at random a coin, 0, 1, a bit that they send, and then they're going to ask the prover to send one of two possible answers. One of them being to send the map, so which is represented here by its matrix. So either send the map that realize the equivalence to which you committed, or you send this map here, that is the composition of the inverse of the private key, which we have here, and the map that you drew. And then the verifier can verify in either way that the hash of the code that is formed that way corresponds to the commitment. Okay, so of course this under the Fiat-Shamir transform, this gives us a signature scheme where all you have to do is to get the bits here by hashing all the commitments. Okay, so it's a very standard procedure. In the interest of time, I'll just skip it. So now there's two variants that we present in this current paper, the one that we published this year at PQCrypto. One of them is a multi-bit challenge variant, in which case the private key is no longer just one equivalent code. I mean, the equivalent, the map between the public code and another code, but rather a collection of equivalences. So we have a public key then that corresponds to, that is a collection of codes that are known to be equivalent to the public code. And the private key, of course, is all these secret maps. So that's a bigger private key and a bigger public key as well. And then the rest of the protocol is fairly similar, except that the verifier is going to draw, instead of drawing a bit, they draw L different bits, okay? Where 2 to the L is the number of equivalent codes that we have in the key. Okay, so we draw L bits at random, and then so we represent them as an integer between 0 and 2 to the L, and then the that challenge gets sent to the prover, who then so this has to comply by computing this this map, which then can be verified by the verifier. So there is one equivalence to be verified. So they commit to the possibility of proving L different maps, and they are challenged to reveal one of them. Okay, so that's sort of the in a nutshell what happens in the multi-beat challenges. Now there's another variant that we presented as well, and it's where we tweak the weight of the challenges. So what it means here is that on top of the public key, the public code G, we have also a weight that we choose, and I'll get to that in a second. So we assume that we repeat, of course, the zero knowledge proof protocol a number of T rounds. We're going to have here that the probability when the verifier asks for a bit to condition an answer to their to the commitment, they will use a it will be a biased coin. So there's going to be a probability of being 1, which is going to be W over T. And the reason for doing this is because when the bit is 0, what we're sending here is a is the random matrix that the prover drew here. And so you can cut the communication cost by just sending the seeds of the random matrix. Okay. And so so every time we draw a 0 on the verifier side, then it's cheaper in terms of communication. So we try to bias the challenges in favor of zeros. But of course, what it does is it forces the protocol to be longer in order to guarantee the same amount of security. And then in the end, the verification is the same. So now finally, these are just a few numbers to illustrate the kind of compromise that we can obtain. We give in this table 3 different possibilities. One that minimizes the public key, one that minimizes the signature, and you can see that once you try to minimize the signature, of course, there's a big increase in the public key size, and one version where we try to minimize the sum between the public key and the signature. And so you see you can achieve sort of like balanced numbers between public key and signature. So that's it. That's all for it's very short sort of overview of the paper, and I hope that we have a few minutes for questions, if there's questions from the audience.
Okay, thank you for a nice talk. Is there any questions in the Slack page? Wow. Okay,
check out the
if
chat.
there is not, okay, I have a simple questions.
Okay.
Is there any constraint on the generator matrix of G in your proposal?
No.
No,
It's any code.
No, you can apply that. Any code can be applied in your work. can be
Yes. So the
I think that maybe some generator matrix can be easily distinguished than others. Is it right? Is it okay? Okay.
no the so the we put them in systematic form, right? It saves a little bit of space. But aside from that, it's a random choice of code that serves as the basis, the public parameter for the scheme, and then everything else is defined as a function of this code. So we'll find another code that is equivalent to this one by drawing a map at random, and there's no particular restriction on that code.
Okay. Well, I see. Okay. Is there any other questions among the audience?
Oh, wait a second. Actually, one of my co-authors made a very good point. He was listening to me, and he tells me, so it's a very good point. I completely forgot.
Yes,
So
yes.
there's so there's two different variants of our of the equivalence problem, and for the permutation equivalence problem, to keep the problem hard, we need a weakly self-dual code, but not for linear code equivalence. So the G that is chosen as actually for the case of a permutation, for the variant where there's permutation equivalence that is being considered as the hard problem, we in fact need the code to be weakly self-dual, and that's to make the support splitting algorithm hard. I mean, to make the support splitting algorithm slow, because it's exponential in the dimension of the whole of the code.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. If not, okay. Thanks, Jean-François.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, let's move to the next talk. This is the final talk. The final talk is the classical and quantum algorithms for the generic syndrome decoding problems and application to Remetric by Thomas de Vries-Algerat, Andre Caillou, and Simona Etinsky. The speaker is Simona, right? Okay.
Thank
Simona,
you.
it's all yours. Okay.
Thank you really much. So as we mentioned, the topic of this talk is classical and quantum algorithms for generic syndrome decoding problems and their application to the Lie weight. And this is a joint work between Andre Caillou from INRIA Paris, Thomas de Vries-Algerat from INRIA Saclay, and I'm Simona Etinsky, a PhD student from University of Paris. So the problem that we are interested in here is defined, so is a syndrome decoding problem, which is defined on its input, which is a parity check matrix H that takes some entries from a finite field of size Q, a syndrome S, which is a vector that takes entries from the same finite field, a weight function that I will explain in a minute, and a weight W, which is some integer value. And the goal of solving this problem is to find the error vector E, that takes entries from the same finite field, such that the multiplication of this error vector with the parity check matrix gives the syndrome, and also that the weight of this error vector is equal to W. The weight functions that we were interested in this paper are all based on distance functions or metrics, and we define a weight function over an element to be a distance from the zero element in the same finite field, and the weight function over a vector to be a sum of element-wise weights in the same vector. And the goal of this paper is to analyze the complexity of syndrome decoding problems with different alphabet sizes and different weight functions. And the complexity of the problem is evaluated as the asymptotic running time of the algorithm that solves it. And in this paper we were interested in the information set decoding algorithms, which are known as the best generic approach to solving this problem. In the general framework, this algorithm contains 4 steps, where the first step is a permutation step. The second one is partial Gaussian elimination. The third step is a syndrome decoding step, in which we solve the syndrome decoding sum problem and find multiple solutions to this problem. And in the fourth step, we test if any of these solutions yield the solution to the original problem. And the number of iterations of this algorithm depends on the probability of the success in the second step, which is some constant value, and the probability of success in the fourth step, which is an explicit value that is given in the paper and in the longer version of this talk. And as I mentioned, ISD algorithms contains different versions. So they're different primarily in the third step, which solves the syndrome decoding subproblem, and in the way they solve it, they solve that problem. And in our case, we use a version that relies on Schroppel-Shamir's idea, and we combine it with Wagner's algorithm for solving generalized case sum problem. In the quantum setting, we combine this approach with also Wagner's and Grover's search and amplitude amplification algorithm. But before we obtain some quantum advantage, we would first need to redefine the syndrome decoding problem. So as you can see it from here, the input remains exactly the same as in the original problem, but the goal differs in a way that instead of outputting a list of solutions, we would like to output a description of a function such that if it's evaluated on each possible entry, it will give us the expected number of solutions. And it is easy to show that these two problems, so the original syndrome decoding problem and the checkable multiple syndrome decoding problem, are equivalent. So what we did, we actually replaced the third step of our algorithm with the CMSD step, which solves the checkable multiple syndrome decoding subproblem. And we combine it with Wagner's ISD algorithm, in which we basically construct lists of partial solutions. Then we merge these lists into a final list of solutions. But as I mentioned, in this version of the algorithm, we will instead want to evaluate a function that will give us the list of the solutions instead of writing down them in the list. And to obtain the running time of this algorithm, we first fix the number of levels in the Wagner's algorithm, A, as well as the parameters of checkable multiple syndrome decoding problem, in order to get the best possible trade-off between the cost of one iteration and the number of iterations that we will need to perform in order to guarantee at least one solution to the problem. And the running time in the classical case is given by the expression here, where the poly n corresponds to the running time of the first two steps. TCMSD corresponds to the third step, and poly n times y corresponds to the test step. This expression given here corresponds to the number of iterations, and it's dependent both on the probability of success in the fourth step and the expected number of solutions in the third step. In the quantum setting, you can see that the expression is quite similar, actually. The difference is in this part here, where we instead of having a y, we have a square root of y, which is due to the Grover search. And we have also square root of the number of iterations, which is due to the amplitude amplification. And in the numerical part of the paper, we were actually interested in the asymptotic time complexity, which is evaluated as the asymptotic running time when the parameters of the algorithm are optimized and give us the shortest possible running time in our framework. And we were interested basically in the exponents of the running time, as we know that we will expect that the running time will be exponential. And we gave these exponents in log base 2 and log base q, so we'll refer to them as binary and query complexity. We compared 4 ISD algorithms, Pronge, Stearns-Dumers, Wagner's ISD algorithm, and its quantum version. And we were also interested what are the hardest instances of the problem, given the running time is given as a function of the code rate and the normalized weight omega. We were interested basically in 2 weight functions. The first one is well known both in coding theory and code-based cryptography, that is a Hamming distance, which tells that if 2 elements are the same or not. and the weight function that is derived from it. And the results that we get for that are actually expected, where we have basically that our graphs shows the dependency on the alphabet size, the code rate, and we were fixed on some mid-range code rates, and we show the binary complexity as a function of the normalized weight omega. What we can see here is that the problem is hardest for the Q equal 3 at 2 points. One is given as a Gilbert-Forshall bound, and the second one is at the end of the range, for really hard normalized weight. And as we increase the size of the alphabet, we can see that this behavior is not exactly the same. So for the high range of normalized weights, we have instead of exponential running time, we have polynomial running time. Then we observed what would happen in the case of the other distance function that is also known in coding theory, which is called the Lie distance, and which takes into account not only what if the two elements are same or different, but also their relative difference. And for that, we obtained a bit different results. So namely, what we can see here is that the behavior even for higher alphabet sizes is a bit different, because we still have 2 points to which our problem is the hardest. And it would be really interesting to see what would happen for really high values of Q, as it seems that for higher values of Q, we have symmetric graph. That means that we have the same hardness of the problem for both low weights and high weights. And finally, we analyzed the hardest instances of the problem, and we observed what would happen for different alphabet sizes. What we can see here is that both in the Hamming weight case and in the Lie weight case, we have the increase of the complexity of the problem with the increase of the alphabet size. When we construct, for example, a signature scheme or identification scheme, we also need to take into account what is the size of the description of a problem. And in that case, it makes sense actually to observe query complexity, which you can see here. And if we do that, what you can see also is that in the Hamming weight case, as we increase the alphabet size, we have the decrease of the complexity of the problem, query complexity of the problem. In the Hamming weight case, but in the Lie weight case, we have some decrease and then increase again. So it would be really interesting to see what would happen for really high values of Q. And what we can also see is that both in the classical and the quantum version, we have that in the Lie weight case, the problem is more complex. And also we can see that we have almost quadratic speed up in the quantum case. And it's what was actually expected given the formulas we presented. But we cannot have exact quantum quadratic speed up given that we cannot gain quantum advantage in each step of our algorithm, just at some parts. So in summary, we analyzed the complexity of different syndrome decoding problems with different alphabet sizes and weight functions. We proposed a general framework that makes it easy to compare different ISD algorithms in classical and quantum setting. And we generalized a convex optimization approach to calculating the sphere surface area to arbitrary weight functions and alphabet sizes. I didn't have time to go into detail, but you can check it in the paper or in the longer version of the talk. And finally, we used this convex optimization approach to obtain the numerical results, in which we analyzed the asymptotic computational complexity of the syndrome decoding problem. In Lie weight case, we focused on it and made the comparison with the known Hamming weight case. So thank you for your attention, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to give a talk.
Okay, thank you again. Is there any questions? Slide page. Okay, if it's not, I have a simple questions. Have you tried to apply your algorithm to the list round 3 candidate? Maybe is it possible to apply the kind of your algorithm, or just the theoretical analysis?
In general, this approach is quite generic. So basically, if you have a weight, so not only for NIST candidates, but also in general. So if you have a well-defined distance function, as we explained here, so if it's based on a metric, you can apply this approach to any possible weight function. So because we derived this approach to calculating the sphere surface areas, which is quite generic, and it can be applicable to every possible metric. It just depends on its definition. But we haven't tried anything else, and actually we would be really interested in the future to see how it would behave for some other metrics.
Yes, it will be very interesting. Okay, is there any other questions? We have some more time for questions. No questions? Okay. Then, okay, thank you again. And thank you for attending these sessions. And thank you to all of the three speakers.
Thank you really much.
Thank you. Okay, let's finish this session.
I'm Jae-Hong Seo, a session chair of this current session. Now we have 3 presentations in this session, and each presentation is expected to finish in around 10 minutes. And also we have around 5 minutes for Q&A time, like before. And the first presentation is, the title of first presentation is Improving Tomai-Wolff Algorithm for Solving Undetermined Multivariate Quadratic Polynomial Problem. The authors are Hiroki Furue, Shuei Nakamura, and Joshi Takagi. And Hiroki will present. Hiroki, could you share your screen?
Okay, can you see the slide?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Hiroki Furue. I'm going to talk about improving Tomai-Wolff algorithm for solving undetermined multivariate quadratic polynomial problem. This is joint work with Shuhei Nakamura and Joshi Takagi. First, I'll show contributions. In this presentation, we deal with the undetermined multivariate quadratic polynomial problem, where the number of variables n is larger than the number of equations m. If we use a hybrid approach, one of the main approaches solving the MQ problem, and then the resulting system has m equations in m-k variables, where k is the number of guess variables. And also an efficient algorithm proposed by Tomai and Wolff further eliminates n over m-1 variables and equations. In this presentation, we propose a new algorithm that eliminates m-k over m-k-1 variables and equations. And this is more efficient than the Tomai-Wolff algorithm for some parameter sets. And also for the binary field case, we propose we provide an improved algorithm that eliminates n-1 over m-k-1 variables and equations. MQ problem solves a multivariate quadratic polynomial system over finite fields, and in this presentation, we denote by MQQNM. And the hybrid approach is a standard approach solving the MQ problem. And it first fixes k variables randomly and solves the resulting system in n-k variables by using F4, F5, or XL algorithm, solving the MQ problem directly. And these steps are repeated until a solution is obtained. Next, let me talk about our proposed algorithm. Given an undetermined MQ system of m equations in n variables, we consider solving the equation px equals 0. For the number of guess variables k and the linearization factor alpha k, which indicates the number of transformed equations, we first introduce a linear map S such that the first alpha k polynomials of f equals ps has like this form, composed of terms from xi squared from I equals 1 to n-k and xi times linear functions of remaining these variables from xn-k plus 1 to xn and quadratic function of these variables. This form is slightly different from the Tomai-Wolff algorithm, and actually we change the number of variables transformed into like this form from m to n-k. In step 2, for the first alpha k polynomials, we the linear system of the system of linear equations LIL equals 0 from I equals 1 to a minus k, and L equals 1 to alpha k is solved only for n minus m variables from xn plus 1 to xn. By solving this system, we obtain some linear functions of k variables from xn minus k plus 1 to xm for each n minus m variables from xn plus 1 to xn. Then in step 3, we first fix k variables randomly, as in the hybrid approach. And then by using linear functions obtained in step 2, and the values of n minus m variables from xn plus 1 to xn are also determined like this. Then by substituting these values, the first alpha k equations are converted into like this form, including only terms from xi squared, like this. So after that, by using the same method as in the Tomayer algorithm, we can obtain the MQ system of n minus alpha k equations in n minus alpha k minus k variables. Then the optimal value of alpha k is n minus k over n minus k minus 1. And this value is larger than or equal to the factor of the Tomayer algorithm, n over n minus 1. So for some parameter sets, we can obtain a smaller system. This figure compares the bit complexity of the Tomayer algorithm, this blue line, and proposed algorithm, this orange line, on the MQ system in the finite field of order 2 to the s power, 30 equations from 30 variables to 120 variables. And this shows that in the case of the number of variables near multiples of m equals 30, our proposed algorithm is more efficient than the Tomayer algorithm. Also, this figure compares shows a comparison in the finite field of order 2 to the 4th power, and this shows that the proposed algorithm is more efficient in this field. We think this is because in a small finite field, the number of guess variables k can be larger from the complexity perspective. Finally, let me talk about the binary field case. For the linearization factor beta k, we first execute step 1 of the proposed algorithm for general case. So then the first alpha beta k polynomials have like this form. But in the binary field case, we hold xi squared equals xi. So this polynomials becomes like this form. And by substituting the values of these variables from xn minus k plus 1 to xn, then we can obtain beta k equations, linear equations of n minus k variables from x1 to xn minus k. So as a result, we can omit step 2, and the optimal value of beta k is n minus 1 over n minus k minus 1 minus 1, and this value is larger than or equal to the factor of the plane algorithm, n minus k over n minus k minus 1. This figure compares complexity of the Tomayer algorithm and the proposed algorithm for the binary field. And this gray line is the complexity of the proposed plane algorithm used for reference. This shows the proposed algorithm for the binary field further reduces the complexity of solving the MQ problem. But there are some other algorithms for solving the MQ problem in the binary field, such as cross-plate algorithm. So in future work, we will consider the application of the proposed algorithm to such an attack. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And any question? Okay. There is no question in Slack and chat. Okay, I have a simple question. Your theoretical complexity improvement looks quite interesting, and I'm just curious about the practical impact of your algorithm. Did you try to implement your algorithm, or any plan to?
We only implement to confirm that the algorithm runs correctly. So it's future work for us.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. There's no question. Okay, let's thanks our speaker. And let's move on the next presentation. Okay. The next presentation is about new practical multivariate signatures from a nonlinear modifier. The author is Daniel Smithton. Okay. Daniel, could you share your screen?
There we go. All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I got confused there. I couldn't unmute myself for a while. So I apologize for that. Thank you for the introduction. Can you see my slides okay as well?
Yes.
There we go. That should be a little better. Okay, all right, I'll try to stay brief. So this paper is about a new modifier, a generic modifier for multivariate schemes to allow us to build new ones from old ones and hopefully repair weaknesses that we find in old multivariate schemes. Okay, so I want to breeze through a brief introduction of visualization techniques so that we can just look at a lot of pictures and see what the idea is for this modifier. So in the small field setting, we typically have a central map F that's M equations and N variables, and you hide that structure with linear maps on each side. So a way of visualizing this is imagine just one of your equations. You can write the homogeneous quadratic part out as a quadratic form, matrix representation for a quadratic form. And then if you multiply on the left and right by a vector of your variables, you get a 1-by-1 matrix, then you just take that entry as your output for that equation. So each of those matrices, typically the way we encode structure on them that makes them easy to invert is by setting a lot of the coefficients to 0. So in the image on the right here, you imagine the shaded regions are places where you have a possibly non-zero coefficient, and places where it's white, that's just a 0 coefficient. And so this allows us to just make a picture so we can have a sort of geometric understanding of the structure of these multivariate systems. Okay, so one scheme that we need to know for this work is unbalanced oil and vinegar. And if you look at the picture on the right, it reveals exactly the structure. All of the maps in your hidden polynomials have this block of zeros that correspond to variables that we call oil variables. Oil variables are never multiplied by oil variables in these equations. They're only multiplied by vinegar variables, and vinegar variables by vinegar variables. And that's the structure, and it's inherent in inverting the scheme and in its security properties. Okay, so another scheme that's relevant for this work is the stepwise triangular system. And again, the image on the right reveals exactly what's going on here. You have some equations that involve just very few variables. So those are the ones in the back of this stack. So that's a small block of variables, and everything else, all the other coefficients are 0. And so that small set of equations in a small number of variables, that's very easy to invert, and you can sort of bootstrap up to solving the entire system. So you should note that this is a very weak system itself. It's very vulnerable to rank attacks of multiple different forms. Okay. On the other hand, other than the small field schemes, we also have big field schemes. Big field schemes, they rely on a structure of a univariate map over an extension field, but you just take a representation of that as a multivariate function over a smaller field, and that allows you to have a multivariate system. Same story, we hide the structure with input and output transformations. We can also visualize these maps, and the technique is very similar. You look over the extension field at a matrix representation of this quadratic form. So here you're multiplying by a vector that consists of a variable over the big field, x, x to the q squared, x to the q to the third, and so on. Multiply on the left and right by this, and you get a single value out. And so you can represent the entire function as a single matrix, and you can still look at where 0 values are as being, like in the image on the right here, white, and gray areas are where you have possibly non-zero coefficients. Okay, so in this vein, if you look at C star, which is the first massively multivariate crypto system, also known as the Imai Matsumoto system, it looks like this. It looks like this picture on the right. You have 0 coefficients over the extension field everywhere except just in 2 components. This isn't characteristic 2, but you just treat it this way symmetrically because it's convenient. So you have 2 non-zero coefficients, and it actually is very easy to break this scheme. There are multiple different ways of attacking this scheme, rank being one of them. Okay, so with all these schemes and with many, many attacks that we found for multivariate schemes, what we typically want to do is introduce a bunch of modifiers that change the structure somehow and blur the properties of these schemes. So very briefly, the minus modifier. What does it do? You remove some public equations. That's a linear projection on the public key. Okay. Projection modifier. Here you use a linear projection on the input space. Zero out some of the variables and change the map. There's the plus modifier. Okay, here you add random additional equations to your public key, but of course a linear projection gets rid of those. So you can get rid of them with a linear projection. And then there's the vinegar modifier. Here you add new variables that have to respect the structure of your scheme somehow. But again, you could get rid of them with the proper linear projection. Just cuts out the vinegar variables and you have your original scheme back. So this gave me inspiration to try to come up with a modifier that's not linear in this way. And so the inspiration actually came from the relinearization algorithm. So the relinearization algorithm, the way it works is you're trying to solve a multivariate quadratic system. You introduce for every monomial a new variable. But when you do that, you get relationships that are quadratic among the new variables that you've introduced. And in doing so, you basically are economizing how you're representing your Macaulay matrix if you're trying to solve this. So I thought, okay, let's introduce new variables and modify the scheme this way. So we define a new vector of variables, W. It's L different variables. And you just multiply monomials in your map in some way by these new variables. And when you do this, you end up recovering, like the middle line on the screen here, you end up having cubic equations, and your monomials look like this: 2x variables, so xi times xj, and a new variable wk. Now you have a choice if you want to substitute, like a la relinearization, whether you substitute xi times wk with a new variable, or xjwk with a new variable. And so you define new variables just for an old variable, one of your x variables, the original variables, times a new variable. And okay, so you do that substitution. And then because of this sort of symmetry between these variables, there are certain complementary monomials that are always the same value. So for example, at the bottom of the screen here, xi times zjk always has to equal xj zik. So if you add terms like in the bottom of the screen here, with the appropriate values of z, these terms will always be 0. So they'll always cancel out when you're evaluating the map. Okay, so the trick is to somehow use this structure for efficient inversion. And here's how the inversion works. So you select constants for your w variables, and then your intermediate map, the one that involved the w's and the x's, you can invert it, hopefully, and then you can compute a preimage of that, which would be some value u, and then you know the preimage of the map f hat that we constructed. It's the direct sum of u and the Kronecker product of u and w. Okay, so there are more details to make this clear in the longer version of this presentation. But the important thing here is that we have to have a family f tilde of efficiently invertible functions. So we have to figure out how to do that. Okay, so visually, here's what the Q modifier does. It's a quadratic substitution, so it's not a linear substitution. You have some small system, few variables, and you turn it into a new system that's much larger, many more variables, doesn't have any monomials that are quadratic in the original variables. So this is actually a UOV scheme. It has some more structure in it that hopefully cryptanalysts will be able to exploit and break this thing. But it's a UOV system. Okay, so I made two new systems out of this using very efficient to invert old crypto systems that are very insecure. So C star, so I made QC star. Here your W variable is just parameterizing a multiplier, a constant multiplier out in front of your C star monomial. And so you invert it as you would a C star map. You assign values to this W, you get a constant, and then you invert the C star map. I also took STS. Again, it's quite insecure on its own, naked, STS. And with the Q modifier, you change it into a UOV scheme. And this one, it's even easier. Your multiplication by the new variables W can be completely arbitrary. You can multiply every monomial by any linear form. And you still have an efficient way of inverting these maps, very efficient. So for the security analysis, I went through in the paper many different attacks. Since these schemes are UOV schemes, you can attack them as a UOV scheme. You have to consider the direct attack. You have to consider rank attacks because, of course, rank properties for C star and STS. You have to consider that differential attacks in the case of C star. It seems to be safe against all of these avenues of attack. So hopefully we get something new to learn something to attack this scheme. So I'm about done here. I looked at parameters. I implemented this, a very straightforward, just proof of concept implementation on Magma. In fact, I was traveling, didn't have access to my university's system. I just used the Magma online calculator for this. And you can see the parameters for these schemes versus UOV are all the same except for signing. It's just faster for signing by a factor of about 6. And this was for a QC star and QSTS. So that's about all I have. I would really love more security analysis on this and understand what we can do to break this scheme. There's also the case of what to do if, or is it possible and feasible to maintain security if this W vector has a constant in it, 1, because that would allow you to actually have monomials from the original system still in there, some of them, maybe not all of them. And then can we apply this to Q modifier to other schemes to get efficient schemes? Like what if we applied it to just regular oil vinegar and we get some sort of new unbalanced oil vinegar that has an oil vinegar in it, and maybe inversion is more efficient because we're using linear algebra over a smaller dimensional space. So anyway, thank you for your attention. I hope that this inspires new work.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Daniel, for the nice presentation. And okay, let's start Q&A time. Any question? Okay. There is no questions. Post in Slack and Zoom chat. Okay. Okay. And we have still 3 minutes. Okay, Daniel, if you have something to talk about your future plan, could you share about your intuition about your future work?
My intuition about my future work.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Well,
yeah. Just curious about your future directions. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I'm curious about a lot of things. I'm curious about HFE V minus. I'm curious about that and where to go with it. So Morton's going to talk about one of the directions we can go with that next. I'm curious of other directions to go with that. I'm curious also on the encryption side. So I made a scheme that I published, I think last year. I called it CBM because it was inspired by codes. Algebraically, it's identical to HFERP, which published, I think it was 2019. But it's a completely different approach. It's a completely different parameterization. So it's quite different actually in how it works. And it's something like 90 times faster or something, I can't recall. So I'm curious about new cryptanalysis there with this new Tao et al. Attack, the new MinRank, sort of diagonal MinRank attack. I'm very interested in that and seeing if we can actually get secure multivariate encryption. I don't think there's a lot of hope of making it extremely efficient, but we have a couple of reasonably good candidates, it seems to me. So I'm also interested in that direction, just from the science standpoint.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing your ideas. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, still there is no question. Let's move on to the next presentation. The third presentation is about the effect of projection on rank attacks in multivariate cryptography. The authors are Wilson Wagon, Daniel Smithton, and Javier Bova. Maybe Wilson Wagon will present.
Yeah, thank you very much. So now do you see my slides and everything? Everything good with sharing of the slides?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, so I think I'll start with a little bit of background for our paper. So you have these big field schemes, which Daniel also mentioned a few minutes ago, which is really the sort of classic strategy for creating multivariate, both signature and encryption schemes. Perhaps the most prominent example is the HFE vinegar minus signature scheme, which GEMS is based upon, which is an alternative candidate to the NIST post-quantum process. And in particular here, HFE will refer to the central map, whereas vinegar minus refers to modifiers that's being added on to sort of increase security against certain attacks. So late last year, Tao, Petzold, and Ding proposed a new rank attack, which breaks the sort of current parameters used for HFE vinegar minus. And in particular, neither the vinegar nor the minus really added to the security against this attack. So the question we asked ourselves is that there are other combinations of both central mappings and modifiers that are being used in this class of big field schemes. And Daniel even mentioned a few of them in his slide. So the question we asked ourselves is sort of how does this new attack affect them? And we really focused on the projection modifier, as well as both the HFE central map and the C star central map. So this would lead to projected HFE vinegar minus, as well as P flash, which is a signature scheme that sort of uses both projection and C star map as well as minus. So here is this sort of the generic construction for big field signatures or big field schemes in general. So first you add a linear map S, then you go up to an extension field where you add your central map. So this is going to be simple in the sense that you know how to invert it, or at least find pre-images. Then you go down to the base field and add a second linear mapping key. Composing all of these will give you the public key. So the idea of the new attack is that there is a certain matrix, UP star, which will have a low rank, and you can sort of find this from the public key by solving a mean rank problem, which is feasible kind of given this low rank. And once you have this, you basically unravel kind of all of the secrets. You get the secret mappings, T and S, and sort of everything from there. So the difficult part is really solving this mean rank problem. So the argument for this matrix having a low rank really relies on this first linear mapping to be invertible. But projection is setting some variables to 0, which can also be seen as S exactly not being invertible, so not having rank n. So what happens in this case when we sort of introduce projection? So here are the main results we have on the rank bounds. So this matrix here the rank of it will be upper bounded by this expression for projected AGV vinegar minus. And in particular here, D will refer to the degree of the AGV central polynomial. So it's this plus P, which is the size of the projection that you add. And it's going to be 2 plus P for P flash. So that's sort of using the C star central map. So yeah, I mean, even though both cases the rank increases or the upper bound increases by P, the two cases are quite different. So we had to kind of use different strategies to prove this. So this does not necessarily generalize to sort of other central maps as well. And also the upper bounds were tight in all of the experiments that we were able to run. So a few notes on how this affects AGV variance. So in a certain sense, you could say that there was always a way to secure AGV simply by increasing the degree of its central polynomial. So against this attack, you could kind of either use the projection P or sort of increase it by a factor, increase the degree by a factor of Q to the power P. So we compared the two approaches, sort of looked at which were fastest in terms of signing time, which is often a problem for AGV variance. And in this comparison, projection is more efficient. So in particular, we estimate it to be faster by this factor here. And just to give you some numbers, if we take the variance, the parameters proposed for NIST security level 1 and used by GEMS, and then we try to secure it either by adding a projection or by increasing the degree on the other hand, then this factor will lie between 1.6 and up to 10, depending on the variant that you are using. And the factor is even larger for the higher security levels. So these are sort of the conclusions we have. So the new rank attack can indeed also be used against P-flash, and the previously suggested parameters for P-flash used P is equal to 1. So this is going to be too small to secure it against this attack. However, sort of adding or at least increasing projection can be used to counter this attack, and we sort of saw for the AGV that this could be an interesting possibility. And lastly, sort of projection does increase signing time for signature schemes, so there is a cost of using it there. However, it's also often very, very cheap for encryption schemes, so it could be a great tool to use in those cases. Yeah, and that's really all I had. So thank you very much for listening, and yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation. Okay, in the Slack, there is a question by Daniel. Yeah. Did you have any experiments where the solving degree was not what was expected? This is a question.
Yeah. So I guess this refers to the solving degree for yeah. So now it's referring to the solving degree or essentially the rank. So sort of what we did was sort of creating a minor system for certain ranks and then solving it, sort of using F4 in Magma, essentially. So we didn't really look at solving degree. We did sort of look at we create the system at this rank and sort of, is this solvable here? And I think the only really so there were a few cases for P-Flash, which were a bit smaller, but those we can sort of explain by kind of using a weak theta. So sort of you have this x to the power of 1 plus q power theta, and kind of if you use a weak theta there, then you get something smaller. So sort of the cases where we got kind of a smaller than expected rank, we can also kind of explain. So kind of if you choose kind of proper choices for theta, we didn't kind of get anything we didn't expect in a sense. So hopefully that answers the question, or yeah, okay.
Okay, actually there is 2 more questions, but the latest one is by Daniel again. Okay, do you think that decreasing the length of the embedding projection affect the direct attack complexity on a flash generically?
Yeah, so sort of the direct attack, kind of simply just putting it in the F4 or any other algorithm it does affect. I mean, in a sense, you do fix some variables, so you do get something for free there if you like. But first of all, I mean, this effect is quite kind of easy to counter. You can kind of increase the number of variables a little bit if you want. I also think so is this for P-Flash or yeah? So it's, I guess for P-Flash in particular, I think this does not really matter because you can. And this is a little bit of a speculation, but I did was part of another work where we kind of looked at attacks where you can sort of you fix some variables to 0 and then you kind of try to solve it. Or you try to kind of find a certain you try to sort of find the minus modifiers in this case. So that sort of worked for the Doubleton scheme, which is a bit of a different scheme, but I think you could do something similar for P-Flash. So I don't really think that kind of projection is going to make it worse off if you kind of take that attack into account. So I guess I can. It's a little bit of hand waving here, but I guess I can answer it more better in Slack. Yeah.
Actually, there is one more question. Thank you for answering.
Yeah, no problem.
In terms of complexity analysis, do you use the result from Ding et al. As a black box by replacing d by d plus p everywhere?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Okay, in terms of complexity analysis, do you use the results from Ding et al. As a black box by replacing d by d plus p everywhere?
Yes. Yes, I think so. We were very close to. Yeah. I mean, if you refer to kind of how you solve the mean rank problem itself, then yes, we kind of use the same analysis they did. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you for answering. And oh yeah, now someone is yeah, just okay. Thanks sign from the questioner. Okay. Anyway, okay, just a moment. Daniel still writing something on Slack. Maybe I think Morton, you can check by yourself directly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I think he. Yeah. So yeah, it's got a good point. So it's not exactly a black box, kind of what we did. So we kind of used the same kind of security analysis, but also kind of remember that projection affects the number of variables. So it's not simply replacing the rank by kind of plus p, but also the number of variables. But yes, I mean the analysis itself is essentially the same. So yeah, so that was for the Tauding soft attack. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If there is no more question, it's time to finish. Okay, yeah. This is the end of the second multivariate cryptography session. And thank you for all the speakers and all the attendees. Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Is it working now? I had my wrong device configured.
Yes.
You can't read my lips. I was just saying welcome to the session on quantum algorithms, and I was asking Iggy to share his slides. So the first talk is by Iggy van Hof. Great, I can see your slides, Iggy, so please start.
Right, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm going to present our paper, Quantum Key Search for Ternary LWE, written by Elena Kishinova, Alexander May, and myself, Iggy van Hof. So, in this paper, we modified Alexander May's 2021 algorithm Meet LWE, which is an attack on ternary LWE, and thus is also an attack on the current NIST candidate Andrew. And so this classical attack solves ternary LWE in asymptotically the fourth root of the search space. And our improvement is improving this to the fifth root of the search space. So asymptotically, this is a significant improvement. So the current best attacks on Andrew and LWE are lattice-based. This attack is not lattice-based, but it does not break current and-through security estimates. All right, so quick overview of the LWE problem. You have some straightforward linear algebra problem. A times S equals B, where you're trying to find S, but B contains some hidden error, E. So in n-through or LWE, S and E are the secret key, and A and B are the public key. And on the slide, you can see the currently used numbers from n-through. For example, n equals 5, which is the vector length, which is 509. So I talked about ternary LWE. So ternary just means each entry of E and S is 1, 0, or -1. And we know the weight, the number of non-zero entries in S in our case, which we'll use to attack the problem. And again, in n-through, this weight is known. 200 and one of the specific specifications they gave is W equals 254. So the last assumption we can take from n-through is that S is balanced. So there's an equal number of ones and -1s. And this you can use this to determine this field size, this S. And as you can see, this is quite large, and this is still an exponential attack. All right. So this meet LWE, the classic algorithm, how does it work? So you split this S into an S1 and an S2, each with half the weight, and you're going to try and find S1 and S2. So as part of this, we guess a number of entries of E. So we guess R entries. Again, the running example, this is R is 23. And we have to guess these R entries so we can set a target vector T. And we will try to find a solution that matches this target vector, because otherwise there are many solutions. And we set R such that there is exactly one, or well, we expect there to be one solution T. And we can apply this recursively by previous attacks in the same style did not guess parts of E. And thus you couldn't really do them recursively. So this meet LWE algorithm can become recursive because you guess these entries. So then at the highest level, you do a meet in the middle attack. And at the lowest level, you have to check if you've actually found a good solution. You hope, and you do this using locality sensitive hashing. This is due to Odlisko. In the original n-through paper, this attack is outlined. So if we have this, if we want this in picture form, you can guess this tree. So on this upper level, we have this meet in the middle attack. Then here is we have a single layer, but you can recursively apply this middle layer where you have these half weight S. And then at the bottom layer, of course, you have the final solution. So the classical complexity of this attack consists of this guessing complexity, so guessing these entries of E, and the inner loop complexity. So this guessing complexity, of course, depends on R. So in this case, we guess R entries in the ternary vector, so that's 3 to the R, or roughly classically 36-bit complexity. Now, this inner loop complexity depends on the time it takes to construct this tree, and the time it takes to construct this tree depends on the size of the largest list in the tree. So again, in our example, with just one layer of with no recursion, just a three-layer tree, this would be 282-bit complexity. So the final complexity is the inner loop complexity times the guessing complexity. So now, what did we actually do? The quantum attack. So there's 2 parts. First of all, you can just guess this guessing. You can apply Grover, so that applies a square root to the guessing complexity. So that's nice. And now for this inner loop, we do a quantum walk or quantum random walk. And we do this over, instead of doing these full-size trees, we make partial trees. So well, the trees themselves are the same, but they only contain parts of the list. And so we walk over these different partial trees. And so the speed up depends on the number of levels. So if we have t+1 levels, so in our example picture we had 3 levels, then the speed up will depend on the gamma, which is the relation between the full list and the size of the sublist. The size of the sublist is still exponential. So in our example, we have would have 4/5. Quantumly, this attack would be 230 qubit complexity. And now there's one final improvement we can make, or well, there's more improvements we can make, but for this paper we made this is a final improvement. So when 1 and -1 cancel out each other, if you give S1 and S2 just exactly half the weight, this is bad. But if you give them a bit more than half the weight, you can actually speed up the algorithm significantly. So classically, this is a very significant speed up. So you go from 318 bit complexity to 267 bit complexity. Quantumly, you do have to add some additional levels. So asymptotically, your speed up goes down a bit, because as you can see, the more levels you have, the larger this gamma is. And if gamma is 1, you basically have no more quantum speed up. So now in the quantum case, 4 levels is optimal. We have 188 qubit complexity. In conclusion, one of the nice things we saw is that we have a fairly significant quantum speedup. And in the next slide, I'll show the numerical results also. Well, the non-asymptotic results also. We didn't have a quantum computer to try this out. So sadly, the results are worse than the current best lattice-based attacks. Although one of the nice things you can see is that our quantum speedup is much better than the quantum speedup from lattice-based bases. And also we use a heuristic that lattices doesn't use, but we do not rely on any other heuristics. And finally, one of the nice things you can do is that you can use this gamma. By making it smaller, you do increase the total running time, but you also decrease the space complexity, although you stay in exponential space. All right, so finally, here are our numerical results. So you have the actual and true instances, the classical numbers, our quantum speedup. As you can see, it's about a 3/4, 75% improvement. And finally, the quantum core SVP numbers from lattices. All right, thank you for your attention, and thank you to the organizers. Are there any questions?
Thanks very much, Iggy. I'll give applause on behalf, hopefully you can hear.
Yes.
Great. If anyone has questions, they can ask them on the chat or on Slack. But I'll start by saying you're talking about n-true applications here where there's really some structure in the lattice, but I think these combinatorial algorithms, they're not using the structure in any way. Is there any hope to use the ring structure to speed up these combinatorial things?
Yeah, so you're correct. Thank you for your question. That is indeed one of the disadvantages of this attack. Well, most of what we did was just apply a quantum speedup, and this quantum speedup, we can't really make use of this improved structure. So it might be possible, but this is future work. This is, as you're right, the combinatorial attacks don't really make optimal use of the structure of this F and G in true, for example.
Any other questions from anyone? Well, we have a couple of minutes, so I'll ask another one. I mean, I find it quite amazing, actually, that it's still so hard, even quantumly, to attack ternary LWE or these kind of problems. I mean, is it safe? Do you think it's perfectly okay to use ternary LWE instead of Gaussian distributions?
That's hard. It's hard to say. Ntrue is relatively old compared to some of the original NIST candidates. I think coding based is a bit older. So based on the age, I think Ntrue is from 98, 96. I have some confidence in Ntrue. But of course, we don't know what the future holds. You never know when the next Shor's algorithm is going to be found. But I have relative confidence in this.
Great. Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, then thank you, Iggy, for your nice talk. You can go to sleep. Oh no, you're waking up. You're okay. It's
Yes.
the morning for you. It's the Americans and Canadians that have to go to sleep. All right, we can move on to the next. I can see Walter there. Do you want to share your slides,
Hello.
Walter?
Yes. Are they visible to everyone?
Yes, they are. Okay, well, I guess it's within 1 minute of the correct starting time. So I guess it's my pleasure to introduce Walter Kastrik, who's going to talk on his paper with Ann Dooms, Carlo Emerencia, and Alexander Lemons on a fusion algorithm for the hidden shift problem. Thank you, Walter.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen. Yeah, so as you said, this is joint work with Ann Dooms, Carlo Emerencia, and Alexander Lemons. And so this paper, or at least the cryptographic aspect of this paper, revolves around this generalized Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol. So it's an extension of classical Diffie-Hellman, but it builds on the action of some given finite abelian group G on a set X. And in order to make things sound, it's good to assume that the action is free and transitive. So Alice and Bob, they agree on such a group action. They also agree on a starting element of this set. And then Alice chooses a secret group element A, acts with it on the starting element X, and she sends the result to Bob. Bob does the same, sends a B star X to Alice. And then because the group is abelian, so this is very important, if Alice acts with her secret group element on the public key of Bob, or if Bob acts with his secret group element on the public key of Alice, they find the same elements. And so this is then the common secret, okay? And so the two main classes of examples are classical Diffie-Hellman. In that case, this X is itself a group, or rather, to make it free and transitive, you want this to be the set of generators of some cyclic group. And then G is the integers modulo the number of elements, is the ring of the multiplicative group of the ring of integers modulo the number of elements of that group that I mentioned here. And so the action here is just by exponentiation. This is not too important. And the other class of examples we are interested in today is the Kouvenier-Rostov stuff, Stolbanov key exchange, or also Seaside fits within this framework. And there the action is isogeny Y. So this X is no longer has a group structure. X is just some set of elliptic curves. And G is some imaginary quadratic class group. Okay, but again, this will not play a role today. So an adversary who wants to steal the secret, well, he sees X along the channel. He sees A star X, B star X, and so the goal is to find from this A plus B star X. At this level of generality, this is called the parallelization problem. And to solve the parallelization problem, it's sufficient to solve the vectorization problem. And this is about extracting, for instance, Alice's secret key A from her public key A star X. Okay, if you can extract A from A star X, then you can of course act with this A on Bob's public key and find the secret. So this is clearly sufficient. And all known attacks on reasonable instantiations of this protocol target directly the vectorization problem. In fact, there's a recent result by Galbraith, Pani, Smith, and Vercouteren saying that quantumly these problems are in fact really equivalent. So, so there's nothing lost there. And so this table kind of gives the best known results we have in terms of generic attacks. So attacks that apply to any group. I have included two columns. So the first column is classical Diffie-Hellman, so exponentiation-based group action. In other words, the vectorization problem we are trying to solve there is just a discrete log problem. Well, with classical computers, the best generic attack we have is like meet in the middle type attacks like baby step, giant step, or polar row, which work in square root time. Quantumly, we all know that exponentiation-based Diffie-Hellman is broken by Shor's algorithm. Then if we move to the fully general setting, so just any group action, then we still have these meet in the middle type of attacks, which run in square root time G of G on classical computers. But quantumly, the best attack we now have is well, is Kuperberg's algorithm or its descendants, which runs in sub-exponential time. Okay, and that's why we are. So this is not fully broken, and that's why we are interested in this generalization from the point of view of post-quantum cryptography. Now, if you look at this table, it purely concentrates on the size of the group G. Okay, so what about the structure? Does the structure of the group G matter in some sense? And so if we ask this question, we immediately think of the Pauly-Hellman reduction for a classical discrete log, for the classical discrete log problem. Although one should note that classical Pauly-Hellman is actually an exploit of a group that is acted upon. Okay, it's actually an exploit of this group X that I mentioned, rather than of the acting group. So there's a subtle difference there. In any case, so this is the problem that we ask ourselves today, or in this paper. Can Kuperberg's algorithm be modified or used to exploit the group structure of the acting group G? Okay, so let me give a very quick overview of Kuperberg's algorithm. So first thing to note, and this was an observation by Charles, Zhao, and Sukarev, is that the vectorization problem is an instance or can be viewed as an instance of the abelian hidden shift problem. So this is a famous problem in quantum computation. Given a finite abelian group G, a set X, and oracle access to injective functions, with the promise that there exists a hidden shift S. So these functions are obtained from one another by composition with a shift over some element S. Okay, so this S is called the hidden shift or the hidden translation sometimes. And the goal of the problem is to find S. Okay, so given arbitrary many calls to F1 and F2. Okay, so as I said, the vectorization problem is an instance of this, namely, given this X and A star X, one can build two functions. So everything is green here. So this is completely public. One can build two functions that indeed hide this hidden shift A. Okay, that indeed hides this secret key A. So this A here is now a hidden shift. Okay, and so Kuperberg's methods finds hidden shifts, and roughly these are the steps. There exist several variations, so this is not always accurate for any variation, but I will mention a few words on that in a second. But in any case, a common ingredient is that you produce qubits of the following form on the fly. So there's a standard procedure for doing this. The cost of this standard procedure is an oracle call and an application of a quantum Fourier transform. And then the outputs are qubits of this form. And so you see this chi of S appearing here. What is chi? Well, chi is a character. So it's a homomorphism from the group to C star. And it's evaluated at this hidden shift S. This we know. We also know the character. So this is great. But we can't control it. So it's uniformly randomly sampled from the dual group of G, and this is a huge group, so we can't really control it. So the idea of Kuperberg's method is to kind of gain more control over which character appears here, and this is done by combining, taking tensor products and measuring. So and this is where the methods vary to produce new such qubits, where these guys belong to more and more narrow subsets of your dual group, say, of your group of characters. So this is a picture that was taken from Carlo and Alexander's slide. So it's not, it's maybe a bit specific, but I hope it shows the idea that these are like fresh qubits, and then you combine them and combine them and combine them until you hit like a target subset, G1 in this case. And then once you have reached that goal, you can either keep it for later combination or extract partial information, for instance, a bit, and reduce the hidden shift problem to a smaller instance. Okay, so as I said, there are several variations by Rigev, Cooperberg, Picard. So maybe the most important thing is not to use qubits, but to use longer phase vectors, and also to use different, to vary in the type of target subsets you use. All of them have essentially the same runtime, but they have different time memory trade-offs. Now, the main conclusion, and this is definitely not a new conclusion, is that the structure of G doesn't matter, but it may not have been so well realized in the cryptographic community. So here's a very well-known case where the structure of G clearly matters. This is if G is ZMod 2, it's just a bunch of copies of CMod 2. Then starting from a qubit of the previous form, applying a Hadamard transform and a measurement immediately yields a linear equation in the components of the hidden shift. Okay, and so one can just do this R times essentially. So this is definitely a polynomial in the input size, and then solve for this hidden shift using linear algebra. So this is Simon's algorithm. And this method can be generalized fairly directly. So I wouldn't say it's immediate, but it's not too far from Simon's algorithm. If this if this 2 here is replaced by any small prime p. So this was first written down by Friedel, Ivanios, Magnier, Santa, and Sen in 2003. Or if this 2 is replaced by a small power of 2. Okay, I'm assuming this was already known to Cooperberg, but it can be read, for instance, in the Cooperberg meets Simon section of a paper by Bonnetin and Naya Plasencia from a few years ago. I also should mention here that this paper by Friedel, Ivanios, Magnier, Santa, and Sen also contains a result for arbitrary small m. Okay, you replace this 2 by an arbitrary small m, but this this builds on a recursive algorithm, which I call self-reducibility, and it's more complicated. So the contributions of this paper are, first of all, to combine these extensions of Simon's algorithm that I mentioned into a single extension of Simon's algorithm that breaks the hidden shift problem in polynomial time for any finite abelian 2 to the t times p torsion group. So any group in which every element is killed by multiplication with 2 to the t times p. So I should hurry a bit, but I'm almost there. So we also work out the details of Picard's adaptation of Cooperberg's algorithm. So Picard has a least significant bits first adaptation, but he only works out the details for cyclic groups. So we do it for finite abelian groups, although it was no surprise to the experts that this was possible, of course. And then most importantly, we merge both methods. So what we do is we run this adapted algorithm, but we stop combining sooner. So the target subgroups that we, the target subset that we aim for will be bigger. And so therefore this step will be faster. So we will stop combining as soon as we have characters that are 2 to the t times p torsion. We can use this resulting qubits as input to this first algorithm. So as a replacement for this on-the-fly generation of qubits, we use the ones that are produced here, ran on this group. This is polynomial time, and then we rerun this algorithm on this group, and this group can be much smaller than the initial group. And you see that the more 2 to the t p torsion the group has, the bigger this set will be, and the smaller this group will be. So the more efficiency gain it will have. And the overall runtime essentially is that we obtain a quantum algorithm for finding hidden shifts in sub-exponential time in the size of 2 to the t pg. So where the 2 to the t p torsion has been annihilated. Okay, and so if this group is much smaller than G, then we obtain a significant speed up. And an important thing, and to compare with previous work by Friedel, Ivanya's, and so on, is that we keep the memory-friendly trade-offs of this collimation thing. I didn't really mention what it was, but it was one of these generalizations. So just to conclude, my apologies for running a bit over time. So this is just an example showing that if, for instance, you have a big cyclic component times many copies of CMO3, then basically, well, this is maybe an exaggeration, but basically you can ignore these components in the complexity. So conclusions, when setting up a group action-based key exchange, one may need to be a bit more careful than one used to be, although for CRSC side, Cohen-Lenstra comes to the rescue. And I also, again, should stress that this result is not entirely new, although it is new with the better memory trade-offs from the collimation sieve. Okay, I'll stop here, and sorry for my time management. So are there any questions?
Thanks, Walter. Very nice. So yeah, while people are sending in their questions, I had one about the requirement on P. So I think if I understood the talk correctly, P has to be quite small,
yes,
because you end up getting some system of multivariate equations whose degree is bounded by P, and you have to linearize. So is that sounds right?
Yes, that's definitely true. Yeah, and so the generalization. So this is what comes here. So a big difference between 2 and P is that the linear equations you find here are not independent. So one thing is that you have to linearize. So that, in fact, your unknowns will not be the components S1 up to SR, but they will be monomials in these components of degree P-1. So you have more variables, so to speak. So you need more equations to linearize, but also the equations are not independent. That's, yeah, if you work out the details of this Hadamard transform, you see that some equations are more likely than others. And to have a full rank system, you also need like an extra factor P essentially to obtain that. So the complexity is bad it's quite bad in P, that's true. But for 3, for instance, or 5, things should be quite fine. But you really should think of P as something very small, but fixed. Small and fixed, yeah.
Yeah, so you're really interested in groups that are highly non-cyclic and have just small primes dividing the order.
Yes, that's why we gave this example. Yeah, but yeah, I worked out the count like with Cohen-Lenstra, and it's just as soon as S is not ridiculously small, it's super unlikely that this happens. So in our paper, there's a count for S equals 10, for instance, and this probability is like, I don't know if I will say it correctly, but in my mind, I have like probabilities 10 to the minus 37 or something for this to happen.
Yeah. And this would also be an easy case for computing the structure of the class group too. This is an easy detectable class group if it has such a nice structure.
Okay, I didn't.
Well, because if you have smooth order, you can count.
Yes.
You can count points. You can do something like Sutherland algorithm.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
Anyway, we'd better move on. I didn't see any question on Slack. Slack is a description of the audience in this session. So hopefully we can move on. Do you want to stop sharing, Walter?
Yes. Yeah. So thank you.
Okay. So Edward, are you there? Do you want to start sharing?
Yes.
So this is supposed to be a talk in a session on quantum algorithms, and Edward has a paper which has nothing to do with quantum algorithms, but anyway, we'll allow him to speak. I can see your slides. So
Great.
Please start.
All right, well, thank you. Yes, not quite to do with quantum algorithms, but I suspect it was a bit of a strange duck to try and fit this paper. But thank you for the introduction, and thank you to the organizers for letting me speak today. My name is Edward, or Ted Eaton. I'm a PhD student at the University of Waterloo, and this is a paper I wrote with my supervisor, Douglas Stabila, called Password Authenticated Key Exchanges and the Quantum Annoying Property. And I'll get to what quantum annoying means in just a moment. But first, just talking about PAKEs for anyone who isn't familiar with them. So it's a password authenticated key exchange. And the central idea here is that we want to be able to perform a key exchange where authentication is coming from a low entropy password, as opposed to something more traditional like a public key infrastructure. So then today we'll be talking about balanced as opposed to augmented PAKEs. So in a balanced PAKE, we have two parties, A and B, and they're going to share a low entropy password. And when I say low entropy, I mean something sort of human generated, and something that a person is going to enter directly into a computer is the idea of what to think about. And then the goal is that A and B want to share a high entropy session key, and then have a high degree of assurance that they're communicating with someone who really shares the same password that they do. So in particular, in this paper, we talk a lot about CPACE. And for a reference for CPACE, we point to ePrint report 2021/114 by Michael Abdallah, Bjorn Haas, and Julia Hess. And this CPACE was, well, so the reason we focus on CPACE is because it was submitted to the Crypto Forum Research Group, CFRG, as one of the candidate balanced protocols for use in IETF protocols, and was selected as such by the CFRG, along with opaque as an augmented PAKE. And so presented on this slide is a very simplified version of CPACE, kind of stripped down to its most essential details. And by stripping it down so much, we kind of make it look a lot more like its predecessor speak. But the central idea of this class of PAKEs is that these parties share a password, and all they're going to do is they're going to hash that password in order to obtain a generator for a group, and then perform a Diffie-Hellman style key exchange with respect to that generator. So to any eavesdropper who does not know the password, the generator is then unknown. So you may be wondering at this point why, let alone why this would be in a quantum algorithm session, why would this even be in post-quantum cryptography? Because this is analysis of a classical protocol. But the central idea of our paper is to examine the question of how a quantum computer affects the security of this scheme. Because unlike most discrete logarithm-based systems, it's not immediately obvious to what extent this scheme is compromised by a quantum computer. So a quantum computer, of course, is going to let you solve the discrete logarithm between a generator point G and a target point U. But in CPACE, a passive adversary does not know the generator at all, unless they already know the password. So, I mean, an adversary then could guess the password and then solve a discrete logarithm corresponding to that guess, and then see if the corresponding session key works out to what they expect it to be. But this would mean solving an entire discrete logarithm problem for each guess of this password. Quantum computers will solve discrete logarithms relatively quickly, but due to the overhead of error correction, we would still expect it to be on the order of, at least seconds, if not minutes or hours, at least for early quantum computers. So the idea that you could have this system where a quantum computer might be able to break it with a high degree of difficulty by solving many discrete logarithms was dubbed a scheme being quantum annoying by Steve Thomas on the CFRG mailing list. However, there was relatively little formal analysis about the quantum annoying property, and that's the goal of this paper, is can we formally reason about whether a scheme is quantum annoying. And the big challenge that we ran into in trying to formally reason about this was largely in selecting a model in order to show the quantum annoying property. So, it becomes clear when you reason about things that asymptotically, an adversary absolutely can do a lot better than one discrete logarithm per guess of the password. So you can imagine a quantum sort of computation that sort of puts Shor's algorithm inside Grover's algorithm. So you sort of do Grover's algorithm over the password space where you're sort of check for whether the password is correct or not involves sort of hashing it to a generator point, then using Shor's algorithm to solve the discrete logarithm with respect to that generator point, computing the corresponding session key and seeing if that works out to what you would expect it to be. Now, of course, asymptotically, this works out to something like square root of n Shor's algorithm iterations, where n is the size of the password space. But realistically, this is probably not going to reflect the best approach for at least an early quantum adversary. In the early days of sort of quantum computation, which is mostly what we're concerned about because we want to sort of understand how long a quantum annoying scheme might be able to last into the development of a quantum computer. And an early quantum adversary is likely going to want to really compartmentalize the use of the quantum computer to very sort of small, short bursts of quantum computation that can still sort of provide a useful result that they couldn't otherwise get from a classical machine. To sort of do something like this of putting Shor's algorithm inside Grover's algorithm is likely to cause a significant amount of overhead due to decoherence that will become prohibitive. And it is plausible to think of the smallest useful computation as a single discrete logarithm solution. So this leads us to the intuition for the model that we use in our paper, which is to provide the adversary with a discrete logarithm oracle that will tell them a discrete logarithm with respect to any target point and any generator of their choosing, but otherwise insist that they behave classically. So this is quite a strong assumption. So we're assuming that there's no other clever, useful quantum computation that the adversary can make. And so that sense, proof in such a model does not confer the sort of best possible belief in the security or the quantum annoying property, but it does at least allow us to proceed and start making concrete statements about the number of queries to such a discrete logarithm oracle that are actually needed. This kind of provides a good sanity check for whether the quantum annoying property can be formally reasoned about, and rules out sort of simpler attacks from early quantum adversaries. So in the end, we were successful in showing that basically an adversary does indeed need to make a discrete logarithm query for each password guess. So in particular, we show sort of in our model that the adversary's advantage is sort of bound by this equation here. And the dominant term there is the QD plus QC over N. So N is the size of the password space. QD corresponds to the number of discrete logarithm oracle queries made by the adversary, and QC corresponds to the number of online interactions. And it's sort of inevitable in PAICS that each online interaction made by the adversary also provides one guess at the password. So to conclude, we are able to show that quantum annoyingness is a meaningful property, at least in this limited model. But for future work, of course, we would like to be able to consider a much more realistic quantum model and still be able to reason about the quantum annoying property, and also see to what extent our techniques can be applied to other PAICS. It's definitely known that some PAICS are not quantum annoying, but there's some PAICS where formal reasoning about to what extent they're quantum annoying is still an open question. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ted. Thanks very much for staying up so late at night to give your talk. So my question is, I mean, I think this is quite interesting, but my question is, why do Diffie-Hellman at all? I mean, it seems like you want to be quantum annoying. You're using a shared password, which is some kind of low entropy shared secret. Why use Diffie-Hellman? Is there something else you could do that would allow, because you're not really relying on the Diffie-Hellman for security.
Right, so that's a good question. I think it often comes down to sort of in the full model, where sort of when we consider sort of the different possible attacks that the adversary can make, and especially considering things like the interactive adversary who's sort of actively attempting to participate in a session, this sort of Diffie-Hellman structure does come into play, and is useful for showing security.
Any questions from chat or Slack? guess another question I had, I know that in the literature on password authenticated key exchange, there's a lot of talk about online dictionary attacks versus offline dictionary attacks. And I guess what's in your scheme would be a offline, I mean, it's quantum annoying, but it's still an offline attack, right? You could harvest someone's key exchange and then later go back and work out their password. Have you thought about looking for something that was quantum annoying and required the quantum attacker to do something online?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a bit of the central idea there is that if a scheme is quantum annoying, a offline attack becomes possible, but that offline attack is so prohibitive because it requires you to solve these discrete logarithms that it may be the case that an online attack is always sort of more feasible, that you may always want to, it may always be preferable to just do the online attack. And so that sort of remains the security bottleneck. Since an adversary can always just sort of guess the password and then engage in the protocol and see if it successfully completes, it's kind of hopeless and opaque to try and prevent an online attack.
Right, because you can just impersonate Alice or something, yeah. Good. All right. Just see. Oh,
I have a question.
Yep.
Hi, thank you for your talk. So I was wondering if you had multiple small quantum computers or oracles that have minimal interaction, do you get a special speed up from parallelization, or not at all, or do you not know?
That's a good question. Yeah, so our model just kind of considers, the number of queries made to the discrete logarithm oracle, and is not concerned with how those queries are made, if they're sort of independent of each other or if they sort of build on each other. Whether or not sort of having multiple quantum computers helps, like to what extent sort of trying to solve multiple discrete logarithms, what kind of speed up you can potentially get there, as opposed to just solving one discrete logarithm. As far as I know, I was not able to find any sort of sources that tried to tackle that problem and see what kind of speed ups were possible.
Okay, thank you.
All right, last chance for any final question. I guess we have a break, so if anyone wants to stay on the call, they're welcome to stay on the call. All right, well, thanks very much for your talk, Edward, and thanks to all the speakers in this session. So thanks very much.
The talks are going to be 10 minutes long, leaving 5 minutes for questions. Please be tight with your time allocation. And I remind the attendants to, it is possible to ask questions either here on the Zoom chat or the Slack channel of session 1.4. With that said, I welcome the first speaker, Okan Seker, with the talk Differential Power Analysis of the PQCrypto Signature Scheme. You can go.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see and hear. You can see my slides and hear me. Thank you very much, and I would like to thanks again for the introduction, and I would like to welcome everyone. And my name is Okan Seker, and I'm from University of Lübeck. Today, I will talk about our joint work with Tim Gellerson and Thomas Eisenberg, differential power analysis of PQCrypto signature scheme. So it's a well-known fact that embedded devices that runs a cryptographic algorithm are vulnerable to physical attacks. So let's assume that we have an adversary, Eve. So she will be our adversary in this presentation. She can use such an information such as power or timing information, or even use an active attack and implement a fault injection. So in a very basic scenario, she can reveal the secret key using a differential power analysis. So however, these results are known since the emergence of seminal work by Kocher et al. In 1998. So why we're actually revisiting, the main reason that we would like to revisit these attacks is the ongoing NIS post-quantum project. As you know, we have a competition, we have a project in the third round, and there's a fourth round on the horizon. So this research is motivated by the fact that the side-channel resistance of cryptographic schemes is becoming more and more relevant as they are deployed in real-world, real-life conditions. So it's also one of the most important criteria of the NIST PQC standardization process. So in this work, we focus on an alternate candidate, PQCrypto. So let's briefly recap the state of the art. So PQCrypto is a fiat-summary type of signature derived from the MPC in the head zero knowledge proof. It has a couple of nice features, as you can see in the slides. So we focus on the foundation of PQCrypto in this work, the zero knowledge for Boolean circuits, or ZKBoo, and its optimized version, ZKBoo++. So, and more explicitly speaking, the MPC in that paradigm underlining. So what we did, we studied the applicability of the side-chain attacks on protocols relying on MPC in the head paradigm and described these attacks in details. So we have shown two different practical attacks to recover the secret key. The first attack exploits the secret sharing process, and the second attack uses the multi-party computation of LowMC. And moreover, we give a description of the practical setup with physical embedded implementation on a Freedom board with Cortex M4, and implement the PQCrypto signature scheme using the official repo. And finally, we give a novel algebraic key recovery part to reconstruct the secret key. So let's start with the basics of the PQCrypto. And this is the key primitive of PQCrypto, which is LowMC block cipher. So when we go into the details, so very briefly, we see a very simple structure. It has a very low end depth, and which makes it suitable for multi-party computations. So, but there is a one caveat here. You can see there's only 30-bit goes into SBox there, which causes us some problems. However, at the end of the presentation, we will describe how to overcome this issue. So let's go into deeper and explain what's the MPC in the head is actually working. So the idea is simple. Basically, we have a public function phi and a secret value x here, and which produces a public value y again. And the idea is splitting the computation into 3 branches. So as you can see, we have 2 main functions here, share and reconstruct, and third component is the circuit computation such as AND or XOR operations. So first thing, of course, the multi-party computation should be correct. And the main idea of MPC in the head is revealing 2 branches will not leak any information. And therefore, this can be used as a zero knowledge proof. Since a prover can prove the knowledge of X without revealing any information and verify check the consistency of the operations. So in the PQCrypto, this phi function is selected as LowMC, which inputs a public plain text and a secret key. Okay, let's combine what we have seen until now and describe the basis of the picnic. So here we can see a complicated, complex picture of picnic. But the important part is where we highlighted right now. So this is the multi-party low MC computations occurs. For each repetitions, a challenge is derived, and that means for each iteration, we are opening a subset of the branches as we discussed in the previous slides. So these challenges point us which values are going to open. And so let's jump back to Zikabu or MPC in head. And see what Eve can do. So clearly Eve can read the revealed values due to the protocol itself. And using this, she can probe a variable in the unopened branch, and this will leak information. So this was our motivation. And now let's focus on the first attack, right? So just directly jump into it. And this attack uses the calculation of the secret sharing process. In the implementation, this operation is done by randomly sampling the key shares of the first two players. Using these values, the third player is calculated as in this equation. It's simple. However, let's focus on a single challenge, C0 in this case, which reveals the key share of the first and second player. In this case, the key share of the unopened player is a product of two chained XOR as seen in the slide. Therefore, we can transfer a key guess on key S on a key guess on key 2, which is supposed to be secret. So let's go into the second attack here. Which is on the S-box calculations. So why we choose this target? Because this layer is the only nonlinear layer of low MC. Therefore, there needs to be a communication between players. So therefore, during the opening phase, there are values revealed corresponding to these calculations. So you can see from the dashed values are not revealed, and therefore we can just use the correctness formula and on these unopened variables and using the opened ones. And again, when we focus on a single challenge, using the correctness of these equations, we can just successfully implement the K-guess. So, okay, in summary, what we have shown, we can exploit MPC in that structure using the MPC structure in the picnic, given focusing on two parts of the different algorithms. So in the next, we focus on practical setups and give the experimental results. So in this picture, you can see an overview of our setup. As our capturing device, we have used a Tectonic MSO6 with 325.5 sampling rate. As our target device, we have used the Freedom board with Cortex M4. And our side challenge source, we have chosen a blocking capacitor, as seen in the picture, and placed our electromagnetic probe close to that point. Why did we choose this? Because that actually represents our power consumption the best. So the first thing is to verify the leakage, right? So by doing a simple leakage analysis. In our analysis tool, we have used TVLA, and this is a simple tool in the literature. So I would like to pass the details here. So what we did is we just focus on a single S-box calculation and use the open values to classify these traces using, for example, in this case, A0 XOR A1. And here we can see the t-test results that shows us a clear leakage. So when we go into the DPA results, you can see our attack on secret sharing, and when we implement this attack, you can see the peaks are it's not clearly see a correct key, but when we take a look to the number of traces with respect to the correlation with respect to number of traces, you can clearly see that the highest correlation corresponds to the correct key. And remember that every signature contains 219 repetitions. That gives us 30 signatures for a successful attack. When we look into the second attack, we see a similar pattern. Here you can see the attributes of the same S-box. Although we can see two symmetrical lines, the highest negative values gives us the correct key. And when we take a look to the change of the values with respect to the number of traces again, the success of this is actually much clearer. The highest negative value are clearly distinguishable with less than 2,000 traces. And similarly, previous attack, we can get this with correct key with less than with 30 signatures. So as we mentioned before, we have due to the low MC structure, there's only 30 bits going to the S box there, and that gives us 30 bits for the round key. But this not gives us the enough for getting the 128-bit key recovery. Now the good news is we can repeat the attack on deeper rounds of low MC. Due to the MPC in that structure, the values are open for each round, and we can get key-related values for each round. Here you can see a DPR attack on the second round SPAX layer, and clearly the image is actually similar what we have shown. So what we are getting exactly is attack on deeper round is a system of linear equation as given in the slide. So U times KS is equal to V, and every round we are getting 30-bit information. Therefore, every round we are getting 30 rows of U, and V is what we are getting from the DPA. And of course, you can solve this equation uniquely. You need 128-bit equations. Either you go all the 5 rounds, or you can just get 120 equations and attack on the last 8 bits. So and this can be done by a simple Gaussian elimination. So in conclusion, what we have shown is such analysis on protocol level is a real threat. MPC indeed does not necessarily provide probing security since the open values give the additional information to the adversary. We have shown 2 attacks on different stages of PICNICs, PICNIC signature scheme that leads to full key recovery. And finally, we have shown a novel algebraic key recovery to combine attacks on different rounds. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, comments, please feel free to ask. And if you're interested and find more, you can just take a look to our ePrint. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Håkan, for your presentation. Let's see if there is any question from the audience, either on Zoom. I remind you, you can ask on Zoom and on the Slack channel. So if there is no outstanding question, I have a couple of questions. Maybe we can start from those. So the first question is something maybe trivial, but why did you focus on that particular hardware? You decided to attack the Freedom board with the Cortex M4, right? Which is a very relevant architecture, of course. But did you have to do any comparison between hardware before deciding, or is there a specific reason?
Actually, so we decided. I mean, like PICNIC itself is, I think it's special for PICNIC. It has one of the disadvantages is actually it's kind of huge. So to make it fit in a board like that, we had to choose at least an M4 board. And why did we choose that specific board? It's just coincidence, basically. We just take a look what we need and try to find a suitable board for our purposes, and we just tested on that board specifically. That worked, and later on we actually worked on another Cortex M4, which was supported by the PQM4 GitHub project. But for this specific project, we use this specific Freedom Cortex M4.
Okay, so basically you picked one of the, let's say, most constrained hardware that could be able to run PICNIC. Okay,
yes,
yes. That makes
because
sense.
that was an optimized version. So I think that was not an optimized version for M4 basically. So we just need to find a board that can fit.
Okay, clear. Thank you very much.
Well,
if there is no other question, I would like something I did not mention is when it's about 3 minutes to the end of your talk, I will do this just to remind you the remaining time. All right. Oh, we have actually questions from Slack. Do these techniques generalize to the newer schemes in the PICNIC genre? From Daniel Smith-Tom.
Yes. I mean, so our attacks working on PICNIC 1 right now, but the same idea can be applied to PICNIC 2 and PICNIC 3 also.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that said, I think we can move on to the next talk, which will be presented by Lucas Prabel, Implementation of Lattice Trapdoors on Modules and Applications.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. all good.
Okay, so I will share my screen, and that should be good. Okay, so thank you for the introduction, and hello everyone, and thank you for attending this presentation. So I'm Lucas Pradel, and in this talk I will present a joint work that was done with Pauline Baer, Gauthier Bérard, Adeline Roux-Langlois, and Mohamed Satt on the implementation of lattice trapdoors on models and applications. So let's start with the contributions of the papers. So our main contribution is the work on the development and implementation of Gaussian pre-image sampling techniques on models and of 3 cryptographic schemes on model lattices given as applications, including an identity-based encryption scheme. We also built an implementation from scratch of these techniques and applications, which is public and open source. So first, the 2 signatures and the ID we have implemented are based on the notions of trapdoor. So originally, the idea behind it is the following. The public key is a matrix A that defines a particular lattice, and the secret key is the trapdoor for A, which is a short basis T of this lattice. Then to sign a message M, the signer first hashes it to a vector U, and then computes a small x such that A times x equals U mod Q. So this operation is known as Gaussian pre-image sampling, and it is made possible by knowledge of the trapdoor. So using T, one can sample a vector X following a narrow discrete Gaussian distribution, and that is such that AX equals U mod Q. Then in the signature scheme, verification simply consists in checking that AX equals HM mod Q, and that X is sufficiently short. But this construction in practice was never instantiated because of its inefficiency. So instead, we used in our article another notion of trapdoor introduced in 2012 by Misencio and Pikert, and recently improved in 2018 by Genise and Misencio, that we adapted to the model setting. And indeed, model lattices possess additional algebraic structure relying on an underlying polynomial ring. So in our case, the rings R and RQ, which leads to a more compact representation and an improved running time. So, and compared to the ring setting, model lattices have a weaker algebraic structure, which translates in practice to a more flexible choice of parameters for cryptographic schemes and more control over the trade-off between efficiency and security. So in this construction, the matrix A is constructed by picking the first part uniformly at random, and the second part is almost uniformly random by including a public matrix G, the gadget matrix, and the matrix T, the trapdoor, which is sampled from a Gaussian distribution. Then given a tag H, the trapdoor generation algorithm outputs the matrix A along with its associated trapdoor T, which verify the equality at the bottom of the slide. So now that we know how to generate efficiently a uniform matrix A along with its trapdoor in the model setting, we show that we can use that to perform efficient Gaussian pre-image sampling, still in the model setting, which is the basis of the construction of our signatures and identity-based encryption schemes. So first, Gaussian pre-image sampling consists in sampling from a spherical discrete Gaussian distribution on cosets of the lattice defined by the public matrix A. So basically, it consists in computing a small Gaussian vector X such that AX equals U mod Q for a given target vector U using the trapdoor T. So to this end, we adapted the method of Misencio and Pikert to the model setting, where sampling from a specific discrete Gaussian distribution is divided into 2 complementary phases. So the first one is the G sampling, which ensures that our sample actually lie in the good coset. And the second one is the perturbation sampling phase, whose target is to conceal the information about the trapdoor T in the output distribution. So once we are able to perform both G sampling and perturbation sampling, we combine easily these 2 operations to sample from the desired spherical Gaussian distributions. So thanks to the G sampling algorithm, the output X verifies AX equals U mod Q. And thanks to the perturbation sampling, the covariant matrix sigma of X doesn't leak any information about the trapdoor T. So after developing and implementing efficient Gaussian pre-image sampling techniques in the model setting, we applied these tools to signatures and identity-based encryption. And in this talk, I will present specifically our identity-based encryption scheme. So first, the starting point to build an IB on Lattice is the dual WGF encryption scheme. So first described in the instructor setting in the GPV paper of 2008. So in dual WGF, a public key consists in a vector U, which is equal to AX mod Q, and the secret key is a short vector X sampled from a Gaussian distribution. Then to encrypt the message, Alice computes a uniform vector S and two Gaussian error vectors E and E prime, and then makes use of the public key A to compute the ciphertext C0, C1 that she sent to Bob. And then Bob can decrypt the message by making use of the knowledge of X. He then gets an integer which is composed of a small error plus the plain text times a constant. And with the correct choice of parameters, the error term is small, which allows Bob to retrieve the message M. So we use the trapdoor generation and Gaussian pre-image sampling algorithms to build the lattice-based IB in the model setting. So just as a reminder, in an IB, the public key related to a person is simply his identity, such as his email address, for example. And the associated private key is generated by a private key generator, so a trusted authority, using a master public key and the master secret key. So an IB is composed of 4 algorithms. So the setup algorithm, which allow the PKG to compute the master public key and master secret key. The extract algorithm, which allows the PKG to compute the secret keys associated to some identities. And then we have the encryption and the decryption algorithm. So in our IB, the PKG uses the trapdoor generation algorithm to compute the master public key, which is the matrix A, together with a uniform vector U. And the master secret key is the trapdoor T associated to A. Then using pre-image Gaussian sampling, the PKG can compute the secret key X associated to a specific identity and set it to Bob. And then Alice and Bob can communicate using the dual WGF encryption scheme that we adapted to the model setting. So now I will talk a little bit about the specificity of our implementation. So our implementation is public and open source, and we believe it could be useful tool to implement lattice-based cryptographic construction using trapdoors. So we think the modularity of our implementation is a real benefit of what already exists. It doesn't require external dependencies. It is easy to modify if needed. And the blocks can be swapped out as represented in the figure. So we have the arithmetic over ZQ and RQ. We have a pseudo-random number generator and the constant time sampler of discrete Gaussian distribution over Z. And so, for instance, we don't use the same arithmetic over RQ in our 2 signature schemes, as they need the ring RQ to have a different structure. So now in terms of performance, our goal was not to provide the most efficient IB or signature schemes, but to show that good security properties can still be practical for many scenarios, which we hope will pave the way for practical advanced-based trapdoor-based constructions. And so here you can see the timings of the trapdoor generation and pre-image sampling algorithms for different values of the rank module D. And as you can see, we observe that Gaussian sampling over the integers make up most of the running times of both algorithms. So as such, it is important for efficiency to use the fast sampler of discrete Gaussians over the integers as building block. And as I said, in our implementation, this sampler can easily be swapped out for another one if needed. And then you have here the running times for our implementation of our GPV signature scheme in the model setting and of our IB. So in contrast to the IB of Ducal, Lubashevsky, and Prest of 2014, we didn't use N-true lattices And our IB is secure in the standard model, which explains the differences in our timings. And moreover, we don't compare our scheme with the one of the FRS in 2018 because their implementation was obsolete and they had a limited security because of their choice of encoding. So this is the end of my talk. I thank you for listening and I'll be happy to answer any question.
Thank you very much for the talk. So let's see if there is questions from the audience. I remind you, you can ask questions on Zoom or in the Slack channel. So if there is any question, that's the right moment. In the meantime, I wanted to ask you something, maybe you're orthogonal, but I mean, I found quite interesting that you decided to implement everything like in C without any external dependencies. I mean, that's quite aggressive. So I'm wondering if you think there is any further optimizations you plan of adding to the code to make it run faster, because I guess there might be some tricks that you might not have time to add. I don't know.
Yes, so first, yeah, we built the implementation from scratch. One of the reasons was that the encoding that we used in our article needed, we imposed a specific condition of the modulus queue, and we were not able to perform NTT, which because of that condition. So we implemented from scratch all the arithmetic in order to avoid this problem with the condition of on the modulus. And yes, I think there are still room for improvements, of course. So first, as I said, we can swap out some blocks to use maybe better blocks for some specific situation, for example, the Gaussian samplers. But talking about, aside from swapping out the blocks, I think the code is can still be more, we can use more parallelization in different parts of the code. So I think that could be one thing to look after in order to improve a little bit the timings.
So what kind of license has this been released on? Do you know? I mean, is it GPL? Is it? I haven't checked the GitHub. Sorry.
About what? Sorry.
The license, software license. I mean, how did you release the?
It's open source actually in our implementation.
Okay, I will can check.
Okay.
No. All right. Thank you again for your talk. Then we have a couple of other minutes to ask other questions. We have to try to be a little bit tight with the time schedule, so I will not ask the next presenter to start presenting until a couple of other minutes. So there is time if anyone wants to ask other questions. So check Slack. Still waiting for some questions. If there is no other questions, maybe we can move on to the next speaker at this point. It's 29, so it's okay. Okay, so the next speaker is Ruben Gonzalez with the talk Verifying Post-Quantum Signatures in 8 kilobytes of RAM. So welcome to the next speaker, and you can start.
Oh, you see my slides?
We can see the slides.
Okay, great. My Zoom is being weird in terms of my view all the time. presentation on verifying post-quantum signatures in 8 kilobytes of RAM. This is a joint work. My name is Ruben Gonzalez. As I only have 5 minutes and there's a pre-recorded talk available, I'm not going to go much into the details.
You have 10 minutes if you want. 10 minutes for the talk.
Okay, the website's at 5, but okay. So instead, I'm gonna teaser what we have done, what the research idea was, and go a little bit into the results. And if you're interested in the details, I of course encourage you to read the paper or watch the long version of the presentation. So this work originally started at the Lorenz workshop for post-quantum cryptography in embedded systems. And there we sat together with industry and academia to find out what are interesting research topics, what are real-world use cases to test round 3 candidates on, in order to find out if we can actually use post-quantum in real-world settings. So the use case that was presented to us was feature activation in cars, which means, yeah, you buy a car and you have to maybe pay some additional money to the car manufacturer, and he can then remotely activate some sort of feature. Let's say something additional on the entertainment system or something like that. So for this use case, we have very short signed messages, single-digit bytes, let's say, and it's already done. So there's a protocol for feature activation in cars, but so far it uses elliptic curve cryptography. So the challenge was to see if we can do feature activation using only post-quantum primitives, post-quantum signatures. So the setup that was presented to us by industry looks something like this. So a car nowadays essentially is a computer on wheels. It has a rather strong computer, the head unit, that talks to the back end of the car manufacturers. So this is a Raspberry Pi sized kind of computer with a rather strong processor and a lot of memory. And in this case, connected to the head unit via a bus is an HSM. And for feature activation, for legal reasons, this HSM needs to hold a hash of the activated features in secure memory. So the HSM itself has to verify the signatures. This is a resource-constrained device. We have a Cortex M3 processor and around 8 kilobytes of RAM available to our disposal, and around 10 kilobytes for code, ROM space available. So this does not fit even the signatures in most cases for post-quantum signatures. So we have to stream in public keys and signatures from the head unit onto the HSM. Yeah, so also important to mention is that the HSM holds a hash of the public key. So if the head unit streams in the public key, we know that it's actually the authentic public key. We simulated this use case setup with a commonly available STM32 board. So it should be easy to reproduce our results. We stream from our host computer onto the board, and then run our benchmarks on the board. Yeah. We investigated 5 different schemes. The hash-based schemes Sphinx Plus, multivariate schemes Gems and Rainbow, and the lattice-based schemes Dilithium and Falcon. Now these are all round 3 finalists and alternate candidates, except for Picnic. So as I said, I'm not going to go into the implementation details of the different schemes because there's no time for that, and also you can watch the pre-recorded talk on that. Just want to briefly go over some results. First, maybe not surprising, is that the lattice-based schemes are a somewhat good mixture between sizes of public key and signature and computational speed. So another thing to notice is that rainbow verification is very fast, also on the Cortex M3. Here, unfortunately, the public key of rainbow is rather large, so streaming takes a bit longer. GEMS has a very large public key and takes some time for the computation, which also has to do with the fact that we have to stream the entire public key 4 times due to the underlying construction. And Sphinx Plus is also fast enough for our use case. So in the end, all of the investigated schemes actually did work out in the use case, with GEMS being still okay, but might be too slow depending on how fast the feature activation has to work. But everything fit in memory, and also the code was small enough to fit our needs. So, as I said, if you're interested, you can download the paper of the ePrint server. And I also want to mention that our code is freely available. The build system is based on the PQM4 build system, and there's scripts included that should automate the entire building, flashing, and benchmarking process. So if you have access to the board that we used, you should be able to just clone the repository, run a script, and it should build everything, flash the code, and run the benchmarks, and present you with all the results that we have claimed in the paper. The code is released under Common Criteria 0, which is close to public domain. So that's it for me, and now I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much, Ruben. So I think we have some questions from Slack. You had to stream the GEMS key 4 times. What about for white GEMS? It uses 3 iterations in the Feistel pattern construction. Did you attempt that version? This is a question from Daniel Smith-Ton.
No, we did not. It would be interesting. We just stick to, because our industry partners were interested in round 3 candidates, and as far as I know, that's not in the round 3 proposal, or is it? So we did not investigate it, but it would probably reduce streaming time.
Okay, the response is that it is actually in round 3, but yeah, I mean, maybe it's going to be future work, or it could be maybe a good improvement if you don't have to stream all this thing. Tom Wiggers just shared the links that you have on the slides. So as a reminder, all the slides and also the video are going to be available online, and so you can also find relevant links and documentation on the website of the conference. Sorry, Ruben, I cut you for a second. Did you want to add something?
Sorry if my Zoom is behaving very weird today. I don't know why. So yeah, GEMS, we also had to, because there are no embedded implementations available. So we had to use the reference code. I didn't implement the gems, to be honest. There was one of the partners on the paper. So I'm going to forward that question definitely and ask. But yeah.
Sure. So on my side, I had a question. Like, I mean, clearly for this the goal of this implementation was to work on severely constrained memory, right? Like you mentioned, this 8 kilobytes of RAM that is really, really tiny. So my question is, in general, what is your feeling? How much performance overhead in terms of signing and verification time you incur? So what is the trade-off between how much do you have to sacrifice in order to work with such constrained memory? Do you have one favorite scheme that behaved better than expected, given your experience with the implementation?
So it depends on the scheme. If you look at the longer version of the presentation, for example, for Falcon, we didn't have to alter anything. We could just use the implementation that exists essentially and only do tiny modifications. Now, with the other schemes, you definitely have a performance penalty in all of them. With some, because, for example, with dilithium, you can't hold certain intermediate results in memory and always have to recompute them when you need them and that sort of thing. So I'd say look it up in the paper. We have a detailed analysis on that because it really varies per scheme. But there definitely is a performance penalty with all of the schemes we have looked at, except for maybe Falcon.
Okay, thank you very much. So if there is any other question on the talk, this is the right moment to ask. I would say I found interesting that you use the common criteria 0 license for the software. I mean, given that this is some code that might have like industrial application, I find it very very interesting. And
Since it's all heavily based on software commonly available, I think that makes the most sense. And yeah.
Sure. Okay, let's wait another couple of minutes before the beginning of the last talk of the session. Yeah, I remind everybody that this is it's going to be the last talk of for today, and PQCrypto 2021 resumes tomorrow. So we still have another couple of minutes for questions if somebody wants to add anything to the discussion.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So if not, then we can proceed with the final talk. And I want to welcome Duc-Tri Nguyen to, I hope I pronounce your name correctly. I apologize if not. And the talk is Fast Neon-Based Multiplication for Lattice-Based NIST Post-Quantum Cryptography Finalists. So let's welcome the last speaker.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, everything looks fine.
Okay. So hi everyone. This paper I joined work with my professor Chris Gao, and this paper is conducted at George Mason University. Okay. Sorry. Oh, it's freezing. Okay, so in our paper, we use Neon instruction set and on ARM architecture. So we also use So yeah, Neon, they provide for ARM instruction set architecture, they provide 32 128-bit vector register. So compared to single instruction, single data, Neon can have ideal speed up between 2 to 16, depending on the size of operand. So we deploy our code on Apple M1. This is the part of MacBook Air, and we also deploy our code on Broadcom system on chip. It's the part of Raspberry Pi 4 single board computer. So nowadays, most software implementation of post-quantum cryptography, especially for CAM finalists, is either on Intel or AMD using AVX dual extension or Cortex M4 with DSP extension. Still, they see lack of Neon implementation on ARMv7 and ARMv8 architecture. So here's the list of polynomial multiplication algorithm we use in our paper. So we use Schoolbook, which has time complexity O(n) square. Schoolbook, when we use for, it's very slow when the degree n is large. And then we use Tumcook, we use Karasuba, Tum3, and Tum4. And we use entity, which has the best time complexity O(n) log n. So because our goal is to implement algorithm to a CAM finalist, we try to make it run as fast as possible. So we select list of algorithm that we consider as an optimal choice. For N2, we implement Tumcook. For Saber, we implement Tumcook and entity for comparison. For Crystal Kyber, we implement entity. So our analysis based on algorithm, their parameter, and AVX dual implementation. So here is the example of Tumcook implementation in case of Saber. So Saber, they has parameter n equal to 256, so it's multiple of 2. So it's kind of straightforward. We can just use Tumcook 4 and then 2 layer of Karasuba. The final result, we will have 63 polynomial. Each polynomial has 16 coefficients. And we apply similar approach for AX and BS when we have two set of polynomial. And then we do transpose and we do use batch multiplication. Inside batch multiplication, it's just Schoolbook multiplication with the best size 16 by 16. And then the final result, we will have the result around like 32 coefficients per each polynomial, and we have 63 of them. And we do inverse step of splitting and evaluation is interpolation and merging. We have the final result. So for number theoretic transform, which is entity, the idea is straightforward. To multiply two polynomial, we convert them into entity domain, and we do points-wise multiplication and use inverse entity to get the result out of entity domain. So because this presentation is improved from the PQCrypto paper, so in our paper, PQCrypto paper, we use 9 instructions. So in this presentation, we reduced our implementation to only 4 instructions. So we see that for green color, you see in a screen, we replace it by single instruction with the external memory inverse of B. For the yellow instruction, we replace it by single instruction. So we able to reduce the 9 instructions to 4 instructions by the help of the doubling, multiply, store, high only 16-bit result. And with it, we resolve with this new instruction, we resolve the Neon dependency chain, because we see that the dependency on the left side is critical on Apple M1, but it's not very important on Cortex XMT2, because for high performance processor, it can execute multiple instructions in parallel. So compared with AVX, our new entity in multiply and modular reduction implementation, we use same number of instructions. So here is the old result in our PQCrypto paper. We see that in our PQCrypto paper, because we cannot find the new instruction, our TUM implementation is faster than entity implementation because of the dependency chain on high performance processor. Entity is slower on Apple M1, and similarly for in-cap and decap. Now in Cortex A72, it may not worth it to use entity for Saber at all, because we see that sometimes it's slower and maybe gain only 1%. It may be not worth it. But when we replace with a new instruction and reduce 9 instructions to 4 instructions, we're able to gain like slightly speed up on Apple M1, so from 3 to 7% for encapsulation and decapsulation. But surprisingly, on Cortex A72 encap and decapsulation, it increased by a lot. If you can see it, on File Saver, the result of File Saver in terms of encap, decap is different by a lot. So we recommend to use entity for Saver. So the rest of the presentation, we select entity for the implementation of Saber because we want to get a good ranking and select the best out of polynomial multiplication algorithm. So for benchmarking methodology, our benchmarking methodology is like traditional benchmarking methodology. We run our code on MacBook Air, which is Apple M1. We run on high performance core. So an Apple M1, they have efficient core and high performance core. And on Raspberry Pi 4, we run on Cortex A72. We run at 1.5 gigahertz. For operating system, we up our own about software operating system to the newest version. For compiler, we use Clang on both MacBook Air and Raspberry Pi 4. And for compiler option, we enable maximum optimization. And for cycle count, we use PAPI, and cycle count Apple M1, we modify the work from local Johnson. For iteration, because we have to enforce an Apple M1, we have to enforce the process to run on high performance core. So we increase our iteration to 10 million. On Intel and Raspberry Pi 4, we only use 1 million. Here's the ranking in C implementation. So for the ranking in C implementation, we easily see that the C implementation on Cortex A72 and Apple M1, they are exactly the same. So it's consistent between two platforms. So the ranking is Saber is in the first on every category, on every security level. And second is Kyber, and the rest is Andrew. So in terms of Neon implementation, so it's slightly different. So in majorly for level security level 3 and 5, the ranking is Kyber, Saber, and then Andrew. There are exceptions at level 1. So we see that in Cortex A72, the ranking between Andrew SSS, previously in our PQCrypto paper, Andrew SSS is faster than Kyber 512, but now Andrew SSS is slower than Kyber. So that's the effect of new instruction. And then Apple M1, the difference is a little bit. So yeah, let's be a little bit written over here. Not so consistent. And for the ranking C versus Neon, so when we analyze the ranking of algorithm, we see that Lightsaber and Kyber, they swap position when you run on using benchmarking using C and Neon implementation. So we ask ourselves why this happened. So we do profile our code and see what happened. And remember, the result we use Saber in here and Kyber in here, we use entity implementation because we know that Tumkuk is lower than entity. So here's the cost of Saber and Kyber. We see that for the compiler, because the reference implementation, it uses Tumkuk implementation, and the compiler really like Tumkuk implementation. I don't know why. So for maximum optimization, the total cycle count for in the product, for example, in Saber and vector multiplication in Kyber. So we see that for Tumkuk is with the reference implementation, Kyber runs slower than Saber, but it's different when we use entity or use Tumkuk. So in terms of Kyber, the vector multiplication around like 1.1 to 1.7 for magic vector multiplication. But in terms of Saber, the magic vector multiplication that take 5.3 kilocycle. So we see that here is the cost that if we use unfriendly if we use entity for unfriendly algorithm, so we have to pay the cost. We see that the cost to do vector magic by vector on Saber on Kyber is way smaller than Saber, but still the result of entity on Saber is still faster than Tumkuk, and we try to implement the best version of Tumkuk on Saber, and still entity is better. So for the speed up, because we have new result, but it doesn't change much. So the ratio from for Lightsaber, we have speed up from 1.4 to 1.8. For Kyber, we have around 2 to 3 times speed up. For Android, we have 3 to around 8. So yeah, but comparison with reference implementation is not very meaningful. So we compare with Neon implementation, our new result with AVX in clock cycle. So we take the result from AVX to AMD EPIC. So it's the high performance processor. We take one supercop and the new result. So we see that Lightsaber and File Saber and Saber, we have better clock cycle count. So we think that our result is comparable to AVX. So here we talk about frequency scaling effects. So for this slide only, we use Tim Cook implementation for Saber. So this is the frequency scaling effect. So we know that our Apple M1 high performance core is run at 3.2 gigahertz, and we run now in my local laptop run at 4.1 gigahertz. Because an Apple M1 is have low performance core and high performance core, and I cannot control to force the process to run only on efficient core. It's always like if give it high iteration, it always switch to high performance core. So that's why when I benchmark Intel Core i7, I do not turn off turbo boost, and I do benchmark them and in terms of real time. So here the frequency scaling effect. So when I analyze the frequency, it runs on 4.1 gigahertz. It's run around slower, even though we know that clock cycle of Saber is around like higher than Neon. But in terms of real time, we see that the Neon implementation is faster than AVX. The reason is when I measure and analyze the actual frequency. So at Apple M1, it can run around 1.1 gigahertz. And for Cortex i7, it runs at 2.2 gigahertz. So that's the frequency scaling effect. So in conclusion, for Tim Cook and NTT, so we acknowledge that the polynomial multiplication performance affect the C implementation, and C ranking and Neon ranking in the case of Saber and Kyber they swap. And we propose a Tim Cook strategy tailored for Android and Saber parameter. So we discover the new, we discover this instruction by suggestion from Hanno Becker, and we be able to improve the speed of entity implementation for both Kyber and Saber. And we see that in our analysis, in our benchmark and implementation, entity is faster than Tim Cook. And we are the first to implement Crystal Kyber, Angel, and Saber targeting ARM v8. And we have the largest speed up for Angel, and then Kyber, and then Saber. So the ranking of Platic-based game finalists in terms of speed, we have similar between Neon implementation and AVX implementation. For the encapsulation, it's Kyber, Saber, and then Angel. For encapsulation, it's Angel and Kyber and Saber. Yeah, because we don't have Angel for level 5, security level 5, so it's still work to it. So thanks for your attention. Up-to-date resources and result is available at this link, and feel free to replicate the link and reproduce our results. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we still have some time for questions, and we have a question from Tom Viggers on Slack. Just to satisfy my curiosity, did you try measuring the AVX2 code running on M1 via Rosetta? How did that compare to Neon and even to AVX2 on Intel?
That's a good question. And yeah, I think about it, like, because processor are able to, like, it's the processor is emulation machine, so it's able to translate the AVX implementation to Neon implementation. But anyway, I write Neon implementation, so I don't like benchmark AVX, because and I know that the emulation is only has overhead, but it doesn't make sense to me to do that at first place, so I never tried.
Okay, if there is no other questions, I think we can wrap up here. So I would like to thank all the speakers of this session for joining us. Very good work. And yeah, this concludes the first day of the PQCrypto 2021 conference. So let's get updated to tomorrow. So have a great day or night, wherever you are, and thanks for attending. Bye-bye, everybody.